He began speed-walking down the hall and punching the iron cell wall. She told me, mid-suck. Though I just kinda guessed. Thera sounds like a fantasy name and I was 5 inches in her mouth at the time, so, bang, the enraged cultist smashed his fists on the door before turning to the calmer cultist. Open the door. I'm fucking killing him. The calmer cultist sighed and raised his hands to placate his friend. Easy. He probably just heard you talk about her. Sound travels far in here. Relax. His words seemed to work for a moment, until their prisoner started talking again. Blonde hair, C-cup titties, mole under her right cheek. On God, she gave the best head I ever received. Always the crazy ones though. Why were you mad? Unless. Did she give you a kiss afterward? The wide-open, joyous smile immediately had the cultist guard frothing at the mouth. Open the door. I'm going to beat this asshole to death. The enraged cultist screamed. Brother Derek, I'd appreciate it if you could withhold from doing that. We're about to begin. I could hear you all from the sacrificial chamber. I must say though, your cannibal story only confirms my suspicion about your true nature. You'll be perfect, I'm sure. A bald man in more luxurious black robes walked over from outside, immediately silencing the 2 cultists with just his presence. Though his appearance certainly reinforced any fear one might have towards him. He was sickly pale and bald, with an aged, scarred face with milky gray eyes that held a certain madness to them. He stared at the man they had captured with an eerie grin. As if he saw something only he alone could see. Stop it. I don't swing that way. And even if I did, I could do way better than Voldemort's fugly uncle. The man recoiled in disgust, wiping the smirk off the lead cultist's face. Bring him to the altar. It's time. The leader turned away with a sneer. I'm going to gather the flock. And just like that, he knew he was fucked. Though he figured that out days ago when he was brought into the cultist hideout. Jack's life had been nothing but nonsensical chaos most of the time. Even days prior when he met that depraved cannibal, he hadn't truly been shocked or terrified. It wasn't like that was his first time meeting a cannibal anyway. It hadn't even been the most extreme or random thing to happen to him. Nor was the cult kidnapping. Though, now, he felt like he wasn't going to get out of this place. As he was dragged into a massive candlelit room, he inwardly felt a sense of unease. The altar he was sure he was going to be sacrificed on looked like the most ominous thing he had ever laid eyes upon. But he figured that made sense, due to the cult's figure of worship. Come, my flock. Tonight, we sacrifice in the name of Nyarlathotep. The crawling chaos. The leader announced fervently, guiding over 100 cultists into the sacrificial chamber. Fuckin'. H.P. Lovecraft. Oh shit, is that Thera? Jack called out, looking at a shorter hooded cultist member, who seemed to shy behind another cultist. Derek, the angry cultist, growled and pinned Jack's hands to the top of the altar, his fingers squeezing down on his wrists. Despite the unease he felt being held against the altar to an eldritch god, Jack stuck to his favorite motto, passed down to by his father. Life is crazy, son. People are crazy. Know what you do, once you're confronted with that craziness. You fucking out crazy them, motherfucker. Piss in their eyes and fuck their wives. You might take a few losses but nobody'll wanna fuck with you. Unless they gank you. Jack smiled as he remembered his father's wise words. The ritual started, though Jack wasn't really paying much attention. He caught every 10th word, but it was all gibberish to him. What he was more concerned with was the strange quiet that nobody else seemed to notice. Like something was about to go horribly wrong again. The leader raised a black dagger and shouted 3 times before plunging down at Jack's heart. And the world went dark. Sip. The sounds of someone loudly sipping from a cup snapped his attention behind him. And sitting there, on a chair that mysteriously appeared in the center of the now dark room, was something indescribable. Jack felt his eyes burn and his mind slowly unravel as he stared at the being he was pretty sure came from a fucked up nightmare H.P. Lovecraft had when he was on drugs. Oh whoops. Sorry, I'm indecent. The eldritch being apologized casually, with a velvety voice that betrayed its horrifying appearance. Then, suddenly, the being was replaced with a handsome white man in a white suit and black hair. The man smiled and put a large mug of coffee down before walking up and sitting on the altar next to Jack. He blinked the temporary madness he was afflicted with and sighed. So, I died, right? Jack asked, looking up at the admittingly stylish man. Oh. You think so? Well, the last thing you saw was a knife, so I guess that'd make sense. The man hummed thoughtfully, then smirked and shook his head. But no. You never left the cultists' hideout. It's just too dark to see all the bodies here. I actually killed everyone but you. The suave man corrected. Shit. Ice Guy was on my life's bingo card too. Jack clicked his tongue in annoyance and stood up, squinting his eyes to see the very dead bodies of the cultists around him. He almost felt bad for a second. But then shrugged the feeling off. They worshipped a being beyond their comprehension. One said to be quite evil and destructive towards humans. Or, in simpler terms, they fucked around and found out. Ha. Well, now that you mention it. The man snickered, clearly amused. Jack spun around, almost weirded out. Wait, seriously? You'll ice guy me? I dunno. Sounds too good to be true. Well, I wouldn't offer this to anyone else. I tend to favor my kids above all. Oh, you must be confused. See, you may have had a father, but he wasn't your daddy. He almost seemed to be on the edge of laughing at Jack's unsettled expression. Bro. Can you phrase that better while I go look for any cameras that might be recording me? This seems too nonsensical, even for me. Jack huffed while urging him to continue. Ha. Well, I don't mind. Your soul was made in my domain millions of years back. As such, you carry some of my blessings. Chaos frequently occurs around you, but you often come out unscathed. That's due to me. Get it? The man asked, watching in amusement as Jack actually looked around for cameras. Jack stopped after a minute of fruitless searching and looked at the man. So. Free Ice Guy. What's the catch? I don't fully buy the, you are my son, excuse, Daddy. Jack replied, sitting on Derek's mostly intact corpse. The catch, huh? If there was one. I'd say to entertain me. Your blessing will carry on, even into said Ice Guy. So my amusement's pretty much a slam dunk. If that's all. I have a wheel for you to spin. The man stood up, pulling a colorful wheel with neon lights out while giving Jack a dickish smile. Oh, here we go. Alright, let's see. Wheel of Incarnation. Jack read out the title and looked at the man suspiciously. That's right. No more limited human body. Powerful characters' bodies have all been set for this wheel. Just take a spin and off you go, the eldritch outer god narrated mischievously. Jack paused for a second before looking down at his own body. Ah, fuck it. Not like I'm that attached to it anyway. Spin the ultra-rare gotcha, baby. Jack shouted while spinning the wheel hard. He noticed some notable characters. Sid Kajanu, Ains Ol Gown, Scathach, Rimuru Tempest, Alucard, Iwak, Anas Valagode. But when the wheel settled on one name, he scratched his head. Lukoa. That sounds familiar, but... As he thought about the familiarity of the name, he realized something had happened near instantly. First off, he felt incomparably stronger. Second, there were horns coming out of his head. Third, his hair was pretty long and silky. Fourth, and most importantly, massive fucking titties. She looked down with wide eyes before hitting her palm. Oh yeah. That era dragon lady everyone ships with a Shota. She slowly nodded to herself, also noting her sexy voice. Shum. Not bad. But it could use some more. Power level let you in most worlds but. The man tapped his chin, then snapped his fingers, as if he had an idea. Oh. I'll let you learn world-exclusive skills and energies. Like magic and ki. But you'll have to train those. Alright. Lukoa Quetzalcoatl with infinite potential. What can go wrong eh? The man nodded to himself, though Jack, now Lukoa, was a bit too busy seeing how flexible her body was. Holy shit, I can almost pull my leg fully back. Lukoa gasped, unaware or uncaring about the smirk the man was giving her. Alright, off you go. Just don't wander into any god's territory yet. Latir. The man laughed as Lukoa suddenly fell through the floor via a comically large hole that appeared beneath her. Ah. Lukoa in the multiverse too. What does one do immediately after reincarnation? Well, if you were reborn in the womb, you just exist for 9 months. But usually, upon isekai as something and or someone else, some self-reflection is usually what follows. Some think of how their family might react, some panic over what kind of porn is on their PC or phone, and some even lament on how crap their lives were before that point. Lukoa, however, did none of this. In fact, when she suddenly found herself sitting on some slope leading down to a river, as one often sees in anime or Japan itself, the first thing she did was grab her tits. The hefty weight of them along with the size easily dwarfed her palms. But they were soft, supple and surprisingly firm. Nice. Lukoa mumbled and took her hands off. But that's enough for now. Public self-molestation never ends well for the pervert caught doing it. Lukoa said in a somewhat sagely tone, as if she had experience in the matter. That's because she did, though it was watching someone else do it. And in the end, they were taken away by the police and put on the sex offender registry. Lukoa smiled at the somewhat fond memory while trying to ignore the influx of memories being crammed in her skull. Instead, she chose to focus on her clothing, making sure she was at least decent. Thankfully, she was. A baseball cap, black tank top, blue booty shorts, black stockings and sneakers. Yup, exactly the kind of casual style Jack used to wear before all this. Minus the booty shorts, except for that one time he was dared to play the role of a male stripper. Ah. Best $300 I ever made. Now, where was I? Oh right. Lukoa started rolling around in the grass, clutching her throbbing head in pain. It was almost like getting a brain freeze, mixed with a headache and concussion. There might have actually been steam coming out of her ears at one point. And what certainly didn't help was the fact that Japanese voices were aggressively yelling nearby. It was odd because, gradually, she began to actually understand what said voices were saying. Jack did not know Japanese beforehand, apart from some common enough phrases you'd pick up from anime, but suddenly, it became as clear as English had been to her. To say the least, this was jarring. Yay! Seizures finally over. Lukoa cheered weakly, trying her best to ignore the painful screams of the previously aggressive Japanese men she heard from somewhere above. Curious as to the events which were taking place above her, Lukoa picked herself up and walked up the little hill next to the river. There sat a strange sight she'd never seen before. A pile of bodies arranged like a Tetris puzzle. Though she had no time to appreciate the sight, due to them all going flying, thanks to the, quite frankly, savage punches they took from a super-hot, busty woman with long hair and red eyes. Momo Senpai's a goddess. A hegemon. A few girls cried out from within a crowd nearby, who likely came to watch the beatdown. No one in Japan can match her. Another girl cried out. Damn. I need me a hype man as dedicated as them. I might have actually completed college if I did. Lukoa muttered and watched the spectacle. Snap! A few more of the thug-looking men with rudimentary weapons had their limbs broken, so they could fit together as one big Tetris piece. The girl looked bored though, only seeming to perk up when a few people she knew showed up to the display. It was 8. You got a long ways to go, Miyako. While Lukoa was distracted by the adoring fans, the woman dislocating the joints of the thugs called out to a cute blue-haired girl, seemingly correcting her about something. Said girl was in a group of boys. Now that she thought about it, this was all fairly familiar. One boy was tall and burly, another was skinny and nerdy, and the last gave her the impression of a harem protagonist. But that was a given, due to how closely the blue-haired and purple-eyed girl clung to him. Make me laugh with a good joke, and you'll get to live another day. The busty woman threatened one of the last defeated thugs. Despite her threatening words and attitude though, there was no real heat in them. She was simply looking for entertainment. How about an American joke? The thug cried out in desperation after her insistence. Ah, good old 9/11 jokes always make me laugh. What do you call the target of a flying rock? Stoned. The thug said with a slight smile. What was that weak shit? Lukoa walked over with a disbelieving face, as if the thug was her disappointing son. That was terrible. Just terrible. Here, let me give you a good one. Lukoa cleared her throat, drawing the interest and attention from those around, but especially so from the bored woman. Give a man a match, and he'll be warm for a few hours. Set him on fire, and he will be warm for the rest of his life. Lukoa delivered with a beaming smile that brought amusement to the woman's face. Ah. We have another sadist. The blue-haired girl commented while looking at her very clear love interest. Good thing I didn't bust out the Holocaust jokes. Lukoa released a few awkward laughs until she felt the woman grab her shoulder. Are you a freshman? I've never seen you before. I'm Kawakami Momoyo, senior. Nice to meet you. The woman, now Momoyo, greeted flirtatiously, leaning in close to Lukoa's ear at the last part. Is she trying to rizz me up, as the kids say? Challenge accepted. You aren't dealing with a virgin, lady. Lukoa opened her eyes and locked in, revealing a flirtatious smile of her own. Thank you. I'm new here, actually. Can you show me around? I'd be so grateful, Lukoa asked while leaning forward and crossing her hands together to sell the appeal. Momoyo, however, was entranced the moment she opened her eyes. The left being a mix of blue, with a stark yellow color in the inner iris, with a green, slit pupil resting in the center. The right was green and black, with a yellow, slit pupil resting in the center. Her hair, she now noticed, was a wavy blonde that faded into green, then blue at the tips. There were also strange horns on the sides of her head, though she couldn't be sure those weren't just accessories. Apart from being likely the most beautiful woman she'd ever encountered, there was an unmistakable aura of dominance from Lukoa. And that only seemed to ignite a flame within Momoyo. Testing out her feeling, she threw a moderately, for Momoyo, strong punch at Lukoa. Hoping to find somebody that she could fight evenly, Momoyo stared at Lukoa as she threw her fist out. Whoa now! Lukoa effortlessly walked to the side of the punch, avoiding it entirely as the wind whipped from the sheer force of the punch. What was that, Abu? Lukoa shut her mouth as a kick flew at her face. She quickly ducked under it, then caught the fist coming at her face with a confused expression. Momoyo's face nearly split from the amazed grin she was sporting. To so effortlessly avoid and even catch her attacks, even ones thrown out casually, was incredible. Though Lukoa frowned. Is she a psychopath, or do I just suck at flirting all of a sudden? No. I was decent at hooking up even before I was this hot. And this chick's giving me lesbian vibes. So it must be. Ah, fuck. I hit on the Madara of this world, didn't I? Lukoa let a helpless laugh escape her lips, ignoring the stunned looks of everyone in the crowd, including those of the main cast. Nei-san. We're going to miss school if we don't hurry. One of the boys, the one with the protagonist aura, called out, despite the amazement everyone felt at the scene. Momoyo, however, was too enraptured by the fact that her attacks were easily taken or avoided. Her body began to glow as she threw a few serious punches at Lukoa. And everyone nearby in the crowd began to back off, knowing Momoyo was going to get serious. Damn. Y'all have ki. Lukoa blinked in surprise and ducked the punches before taking 2 steps back and putting her hands up. Hold on a sec. I just got here and Lukoa nearly bit her tongue when she saw Momoyo leap up and throw a ki-infused axe kick at her. One that was thrown recklessly, due to the amount of people nearby. Ah, just like my second girlfriend. Well, she deserves this. Lukoa was pretty annoyed, being disregarded like this. But she remembered one of the most valuable pieces of advice her father gave her. If she leaves you for another, there is always her mother. Wait. That's not right. Lukoa straightened her back and caught Momoyo's leg before spinning around with her to bleed off the momentum. Momoyo's body slid down Lukoa's, who held her leg up with one hand and had her other hand around her waist, turning it into an oddly romantic gesture. That is, if the two weren't spinning in place so fast the dirt and grass around them was upheaved. Eventually, they stopped, and Momoyo stared at Lukoa's serious face. Ah. Damn it. I went overboard this time, didn't I? Momoyo cursed internally, realizing she may have pissed off someone she found interesting. Though truthfully, the reason for her serious face was, it's okay to grab some ass if a woman's trying to beat you up or kill you. You can claim self-defense, son. Aha, that was it. Lukoa smiled, and before anyone could say anything or interfere, her dexterous hand slid down Momoyo's waist and grabbed a handful of her plump ass. She's a pervert. What if she comes after me, Yamato? Miyako, the group familiar with Momoyo, exclaimed, breaking the silence that had befallen them all. Then an uproar ensued. Fans of Momoyo all began to shout in disbelief. Some in support, due to Lukoa's attractiveness, and some in jealousy. Though Momoyo was simply staring into the beautiful eyes of the woman who so boldly groped her. Then she fought down a small blush and spoke. I got a little carried away there. What was your name again? Momoyo asked, trying to get control of the situation again, despite the skillful hand massaging her backside even still. Oh good. We're in a talking mood again. Lukoa paused for a second. I could probably stick to my old name but Lukoa feels right. Or Luke for a nickname. Lukoa Quetzalcoatl. I've just arrived here. Lukoa greeted before releasing Momoyo and regretfully losing the nice sensation of her butt in her hand. Ahem. A foreigner then? Momoyo didn't seem to mind the touching, wrapping her arm around Lukoa's shoulder. You're strong. You staying in Kawakami? If so, you should stay somewhere, right? Momoyo prodded, leading Lukoa ahead toward the school. I guess. Oh hell. I didn't think of that. I'm homeless, aren't I? I refuse to live under a bridge again. Lukoa's shouts faded as the group of boys, plus Miyako watched in stunned silence as Momoyo gained what she's been waiting for years. An equal. 2 hours later, lunch Nao Yamato was sitting at a table with his friends, Miyako, Takuya and Gakuto, who he had come to school with earlier that day. It was a fairly normal day, until that beautiful foreign woman showed up and his Neisan immediately fought her. It was strange, because even those close in ability to Momoyo wouldn't provoke such a reaction out of her like that. Yamato thought deeply about her performance against his sister and how effortlessly she was handling her attacks. Momoyo hadn't fully let loose, but that one kick made his danger senses kick in. So that Lukoa girl. Gakuto spoke up after eating his melon bread. Yeah, her boobs are huge. If only I could grab them. I'd die happy. Gakuto said, tears streaming down his cheeks. What? How big? Ikuro, the monkey-looking photography enthusiast, shouted as he ran over. Gakuto adopted a serious expression as he folded his hands and uttered, 145. What? Wanisama's 90 was already hard enough. Kazuko, also affectionately nicknamed Wenko, ran in, shock and despair written on her face. They were rather big. Momo-senpai'd know for sure though. They were in close proximity after all. Takuya muttered, thinking back to the spontaneous fight. Wait, what do you mean? Wenko sat down on the other side of Yamato, who was trying his best to ignore Miyako's attempts to feed him. Neisan suddenly fought this foreigner by the bridge after dealing with a few challengers. Thing is, she was completely outclassed. I think she led her to see the old man. Yamato clarified. Oh ho ho, you guessed it, little brother. Momoyo suddenly appeared from behind, roughly tussling Yamato's black hair. Wanisama. What's with the foreigner you fought? Wenko excitedly asked, seeming hellbent on challenging Lukoa herself. Yeah, did you steal her away too? You always get the hot ones. Gakuto lamented. She came to me, first of all. Second. I offered her to stay at our place. She's sleeping in my room, so get along, Kay? Momoyo asked, in a manner that left no room for complaints. Humph. Miyako, who was slow to accept new people in her life, snorted disdainfully, though the rest seemed to have no issue with it. Though Yamato, Gakuto, and Takuya all blushed when they thought about the two of them in one bed. What's she up to now? Is she gonna attend? Yamato coughed, ignoring the sexy image in his head, and asked. Oh, I walked her home after she beat up Hideo's maid and talked to the old man. She's actually a bit like Captain, believe it or not. A magnet for trouble. A display of power. Ian looked down at the havoc she had unleashed within Corpo Plaza. It was essentially a pile of rubble, glass and destroyed machinery. A true test of her magical might. In terms of magic, she was likely beyond nuclear, especially when utilized in her dragon form. But that was very much the case for Ifrit as well. Now that I think of it, it's only my physical stats that are graded, huh? Yin mused while watching Shia essentially cowgirl an assault drone. Clang! An invisible blade swung at her from behind, though it was effortlessly blocked by Yin's claws. The invisible body shimmered before revealing themselves to be Goro Takemura. His blade struggling to push against Yin's claw. How? Did you see me? Goro grunted, backing up once he realized his sneak attack failed. Invisibility's all but useless on me. But I'm more interested in why Saburo's bodyguard is here. Yin replied, closely inspecting the Japanese man's face. There was a solemn look in his eyes. Despair and anger was written all over his face. Oh, don't tell me. That old fossil was actually in Arasaka Tower. That's funny as hell. Was he going to try and put his engram into his son's body or something? Yin guessed with a mocking grin on her face. Die. Takemura cursed, pushing his combat implants to its limits and swinging at Yin. Yin gathered quite a bit of mana to her fingertips, activating mana claws and swung out at him as he swung at her. Like a classic samurai film, the both of them stopped around 5 paces from each other. Then, Takemura's head fell to the ground shortly before his body did. While Yin's aura flashed a crimson hue. Be proud. You, unlike Smasher, actually managed to get my aura down by 20%. You must have put everything into that strike. Yin complimented the fallen samurai before leaping down to get Shia. Shia, you did a good job today. Yin called out with a playful tone. Really? Is it kiss-worthy? Shia hopped over and hugged onto Yin's waist, burying her face in her stomach. I suppose a chaste one wouldn't hurt. Shia immediately hopped to her feet and became excited. I also have those guns you were interested in. And more cyber stuff. How many does that get me? Shia asked with a flushed, almost crazed expression. It was actually quite cute on her. If albeit lewd. The media personnel covering the devastation were shocked, seeing the sudden shift. From destructive monsters, to brazenly flirting in the middle of the ruined Corpo Plaza. Meanwhile, at Mega Building H10, Watson Falco repeatedly cursed as he pulled into the parking lot of the Mega Building. They made it out, yes. In the chaos, the NCPD and Arasaka were way too busy to be concerned with them. Not even a full crew, with one of them on the verge of cyberpsychosis. David took a breather. The implants and near full cyberization his body was subjected to was taking its toll. Holding his head in his hands, he was having a hard time even staying sane at the moment. Fuck. He's going to lose it if we don't get him some help. Lucy. Work your magic. Try to bring him back. Rebecca pleaded. Lucy bit her lip and nodded, walking over to David. She placed her hand on his cheek, remembering what was now their most cherished memory together. Their time spent on the moon. We'll see it. Together. As if he was reading her thoughts, he stated what he was clinging on to. That they would both go to the moon, together. Lucy felt her eyes sting as she hugged his head. While Falco and Rebecca both leaned against the car. We gotta get him out of that thing. Shit. Why'd we come here again? Falco asked, dragging his hand down his face. 'Cause the chum who rescued us asked us to. She's gotta have a plan, right? Rebecca asked, barely believing her own words. I do, yes. The mission wasn't to go all Sukuna on Night City after all. All four of them quickly turned to Yin, who was casually walking over to them with Shia in tow. Sorry I took so long. I had to loot everything after all. Not looking too good for your friend there, huh? Yin carefully watched David as he calmed himself, seemingly by force. Hey. Thanks for helping us out there. Smasher woulda flatlined me. But we're kind of fucked now, right? Rebecca asked, humorously. Normally. But before leaving the plaza, I threatened the world not to fuck with you or I'd nuke the ones responsible. All on camera too. As for him, I know a fixer. Regina Jones. Works with people who want to help cure cyberpsychosis. Hand David over to her. She lives in Watson, in Yiba Tower. I'd go hurry. Also. Maybe in about a year or so. There'll be a merc named V, don't know the specifics, but they're good. Work with them, if you want to get shit done. Ian informed, seeing Falco's eyes glow briefly before nodding. Oh, and... Ian chopped David on the back of the neck, knocking him out with a loud clank. Easier this way. Might kill you on the way if he wasn't out cold. Ian stated, seeing the incredulous looks she was getting from Rebecca and Lucy. C-rank dungeon, Corpo Plaza complete. Objective 1, kill Adam Smasher, complete. Objective 2, save Lucy, Rebecca and David, complete. Whoa! I leveled up 3 times. Shia exclaimed in excitement. Good. Now, let's go back. I think I've scared the world enough already. And just as they arrived, they disappeared in a flash, leaving 3 dumbstruck but grateful people. The only issue they could really complain about was getting David's large body to Regina, while unconscious. Menagerie. As soon as Yin and Shia returned, they noticed it had become late. The evening sky of orange and red became the deep dark blue/black of night. We'll probably have to stay a little longer, to implement the tech we picked up in 2076. But it's not that big a deal. Ian paused, mid-step, noticing a strange feeling she was hit with. Like danger, but not directed at her. Still, her instincts hadn't ever gave her false alarms before. Shia, we're hurrying back. She announced before suddenly shooting off, back toward Kwakuana. Ah. Okay. Shia nearly jumped from the suddenness and quickly followed after Ian. As soon as they reached the Belladonna estate, Ian realized something was amiss. The 3 Beast Kings looked over to her from within the living room, all on guard. Callie and Gyra were both furiously searching their house too. Ian. Blake's disappeared. Ghislaine spoke first, a sense of urgency in her voice. She sneaks out regularly, right? Muzaka, with a deeply furrowed brow, asked. Not since Ian and Shia came to the island. She'd tried to leave, to go see Adam before, but... You can feel it too. Something isn't right. Ghislaine replied. Tamamo held up her hand to stop them, looking over at Ian. As if silently asking her of her involvement. She wasn't with me. You can track her, right? Through scent. Yin's question made Muzaka and Tamamo look at her strangely. I'm a wolf faunus, yeah. But my nose isn't as good as you're thinking. Otherwise. You know. Muzaka shrugged. I see. So, you don't know whether she snuck away or was taken, right? The 3 kings nodded in response, though Ghislaine looked more anxious. All right. Leave it to me then. Yin then turned around and opened the front door. Ah. Where are you going? Tamamo asked, suddenly getting a bad premonition. Shia, stay here. I'll be back to talk about our future collaborations and plans. Shia nodded seriously, as if she'd been given orders. I'm going on a walk, Blake Belladonna. It's hard to breathe. I'm being carried by someone, slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. They snuck into my room when I was asleep and threw a bag over my head before injecting me with something that made my muscles feel wobbly and weak. And from what I've heard of their talking. How much muscle relaxants do we have, LT? The journey here was a long one. The man carrying me asked. 12. Though we should have put off using it on this faunus bitch. I have no idea where the other one is. Scout. You hear anything in that backwater village? The leader of their group answers before asking someone else. No. We're at risk here. It won't be very long before the search party begins. Gods, I'm so stupid. I'm weak. Not only in body, but in heart too. Yin scared me. Despite fighting a damn mythic class Grim for our sake. Because we were too stubborn, too weak to handle our own problems. I wanted to go out there, with Adam, to make a difference. And maybe I would have, if a little. But nothing compared to what was done here. What I watched her do. If I could do it over. Ew. This bitch is crying on me. Thud. I bite down a groan as the man carrying me tosses me to the ground. I have to find a way out of this. I don't want to always rely on her for everything. I want to stand on my own 2 feet and get strong. PFF hahaha. Key. Ignoring the weakness, I try to push through. To get back up while they're busy laughing at me. Crying about it is useless. Lamenting about it is useless. It's time to do something about it. I get one foot planted, then another. And I hear their laughter die down. Trying to put strength in my arms, I try my best to move them, to pull off the black hood over my head. Menagerie Wilds. What Blake hadn't realized, was the fact that the group's mocking laughter had stopped when they saw something approach them from behind some bushes. Though her resisting the relaxants was concerning, the Chrollo Merc squad went silent as a predator approached them. Her red, serpentine eyes watching them from within the dark rainforest. And they were approaching steadily. LT. The scout called out softly. The mercs, a group of 4 men with various weapons and fighting styles, felt a threat coming their way. The leader, a man with a marksman rifle/shield, Guandao mix. The scout, with special optics with built-in aura readers, armed with 2 extending dual daggers. The heavy, a bulky, armored man with a machine gun that mecha shifts into 2 large revolvers. And the last, a man with dust-infused razor whips connected to devices on his wrists. Jake, take her. Our target came to us. The leader cockily grinned, ordering the merc Whitey the whips. LT. The scout shouted this time, as Jake approached the now visible Yin, who was unarmed. What? I'm right fucking here. Just tell me what's going on. The leader spat back in annoyance. Her auras. It's big. The scout stammered. That a big deal? We've all got high aura count. The leader replied, watching as Jake approached. Yin. Blake called out, doing her damnest to remain standing. Gimme a minute, Blakey. Yin replied, raising her hand to catch the razor-sharp whip in her hand. Her aura shimmering from the cutting attack. Jake sneered, pulling his hand back to either weaken her aura or take her hand off. But the whip didn't move an inch. That attack signaled the start of their terrible night. Watching the amused, predatory look Yin was giving them. Crack, wrapping up, it was sudden, and extremely violent. Jake was punched, at least, that's what Chrollo thought. He had been given an easy assignment by his father. A chance to get some form of recognition in their merc group. Kidnapping a kid and a woman was easy. Nothing he hadn't done before. Even if one of the targets was a huntress, it was no problem. Usually. Crack, the sound was a result of Jake hitting a tree. The weight and force of his body slamming into it made it snap like a twig. He had aura, so that hit didn't outright kill him. Amon carefully reassessed the threat in front of him and eyes his squad. Jake landed behind him, but he felt like turning his back to the woman in front of them would be a grave mistake. The danger he felt wasn't only from the fact that Jake had been smacked through a tree. For some reason, the woman in question looked different than the image he had received for reference. He was sure she had fewer faunus features. She was guessed to be some sort of black mamba snake faunus. So why did she have horns? Why did she have wings? These questions felt heavier than they should have. Winchester. Suppress her. Hawk. Look for an opportunity. Amon ordered, ignoring the rising feeling of unease within. Ha! Mulch, comin' right up. Robin Winchester, the heavy, aimed his machine gun and began a full auto ammo dump, straight at the calmly approaching Yin. Keep an eye on her aura reading at all times, I wanna know how much she can really. Amon felt his throat dry as he watched Robin unload his gun into Yin. She hadn't bothered to move. Not even speeding up her walking pace. She walked straight through the machine gun fire and approached Robin. Her hand grabbed the glowing heat shield on the weapon and bent it backwards, successfully destroying half of his weapon. Still in the green. Hawk stated gravely. How? He uses top-quality fire dust. Fuck. Jake, get up. Amon ordered, picking Blake up on his shoulder and running over to Jake, who was currently coughing and wheezing, with his arm covering his right ribs. LT. I'm out of aura. Cough. Amon's eyes widened incredulously. He knew the hit was hard. One that would eat up a significant amount of aura. But to completely deplete it? TCH. Fucking useless. Ha, crunch, the visceral sound of Robin's right kneecap shattering, along with his aura stopped his next question from coming out. LT. Help. My fucking knee. Robin screamed in agony, holding his right leg, which had been ruthlessly and brutally stomped on by Yin. The kneecap had been pulverized, along with the muscles surrounding it. LT. Ignoring Robin's weeping and cries for help, Amon realized. The almost bored look on her face, the casual brutality she was displaying as she rotated her heel into Robin's severely damaged leg. Then there was the ease at which she had dispatched huntsman-level fighters. Amon couldn't suppress his shaking. While Hawk had been looking at him with what must have been pleading eyes. Hold her back. We'll come back for you. Amon ordered Jake and Robin, who looked at him as if he'd just given them a death sentence. And no. LT. Jake staggered to his feet as Hawk and Amon began running through the dark forest, away from Yin. It'll take about 3 hours to get to shore at that pace. Unless they have a speed semblance. Do they? Yin casually asked Jake, unbothered by the fact that Robin had separated his weapon into a revolver and aimed at her in desperation. Bang, 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 the third shot was caught in Yin's sharp teeth, the fire dust fizzling out slowly as the light began to dim. Yin batted away his revolver and grabbed onto Robin's lower face, picking him up in one hand. After a good look at him, she immediately recognized his features. Winchester, huh? I thought a rich family could afford better quality fire dust, but I guess not. It tasted awful. Yin spat out the fizzling bullet as complete darkness overtook them. Speaking of taste though. Wanna know what death tastes like? Robin heard her ask quietly before his mouth was pried open and a searing agony overtook him. From his tongue to his stomach, he felt an extreme heat burn him from the inside. The scorching heat left no part of him untouched, even climbing into his head and popping his eyes from within their sockets. His fingers uselessly clawing at his darkening flesh as he was incinerated from within, then dropped to the ground as a burnt husk. His empty sockets carrying still burning blue embers within. Yin turned to where Jake had been. Only, he had immediately started running as soon as Yin held up their 300-pound member with one hand. Ah, if only they all attacked at once. Yin huffed in a mix of amusement and annoyance. Amon was sprinting through the forest, using Hawk to lead the way. He cursed under his breath, wishing to go back in time and take Blake quicker. Fortunately for him, she wasn't really squirming or making things difficult. All she was doing was staring behind him. LT. Wait. Jake cried out from behind. I told you to hold her off. Amon screamed furiously, almost stopping right there to go discipline his subordinate. But the terrifying scream immediately erased that desire. Shit. 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 Hawk. Can you set a trap? Amon asked, avoiding stray branches as he sprinted. I have proximity mines and grenades. Hawk shouted back. Fucking plant them. Raise this fucking forest to the ground. Amon ordered aggressively. But I'm leading us out. She's going to catch up if I stop and plant them. Hawk retorted. Amon looked to Jake, who became increasingly pale. Give the charges to Jake. Plant them all or I swear to fuck. I'll shoot you right here. Amon ordered with a snarl. Ah. Blake gasped, earning the attention of Amon. Looking back, he immediately knew why. There, above the tree line, framed by the broken moon and night sky, was Yin. She was very quickly descending upon them. But for a brief moment, they both thought the same thing. Beautiful. Crash, until she landed a few meters behind them, her glowing serpentine eyes fixated on them all, like a predator locking onto prey. Hawk immediately threw the bag into Jake's hands and continued to run much faster. Jake caught the bag, immediately fumbling with the locks as his run slowed to a jog. His sweaty fingers failing to unlatch the bag only added to the terror he was feeling. With skills like those I can tell. You're used to disappointing women, aren't you? Mockery was the last thing he heard before his face was smashed into the floor, then dragged along the dirt, stones, and brush until the front of his body was shredded away. Like he had been the victim of a giant cheese grater. Jake stumbled and gurgled a bit before collapsing from shock and trauma. Yin then picked up the bag with a wicked smile and started to sprint. I don't hear an explosion. Hawk muttered, almost sounding on the verge of tears. He bought us time. How long do we have until we get to the boat? Amon asked gravely. 2.5 hours. Hawk replied, hearing Amon stop. Then it's useless. She's going to pick us off one by one. We'll hold this one hostage until she arrives. Amon set Blake down, feeling a light gust of wind fly past them as he set her against a tree. She has to possess a speed semblance. There's no way she could catch up otherwise. Not this easily. Read her aura level out loud to me as soon as she appears. Amon ordered, mecha shifting his weapon into its Guandao form. Hawk. Respond. Amon turned to Hawk, who was just standing there, staring in his direction with a blank expression. Then, his body began to fall to pieces. Like perfectly cut meat, his limbs and torso separated, as if cut by an extremely sharp knife. Amon stared in abject terror as his last subordinate met a gruesome end. His legs shakily stepped back as he observed the quiet forest. Then he remembered his one saving grace, Blake. But as soon as he turned to grab her, she was already gone. He felt his shoulder gently pat from behind. His throat seized, his eyes watered and body froze as he stared at the ground. I'll ask. You answer with a yes or no. Understood. The oddly casual voice of Yin rung right beside his ear. Yes. Good. Chrollo? Yin asked. Yes. Hired by whom? SDC. Yes. Good boy. Last words. Amon immediately began to run, ignoring how wet his pants suddenly became. Leaving behind his weapon. He ran as fast as he could, to flee the monster that so easily broke him and his entire squad in less than an hour. A quick, heavy force slammed into his back. Just like Jake, she punched him. Only, it wasn't just once. She had been so fast, 3 punches seemed like one. Amon's body flew through the rainforest, his aura only breaking as his body tumbled through bushes and branches. Still, he got up and continued to flee. Panting, he tried his hardest to run anywhere Yin wasn't. Boom! A small blue explosion shattered his teeth and scorched his tongue as Yin's hand grabbed his face, forcing a small amount of fire magic into his open mouth. Nearly unconscious, she dragged half of his face through the ground and tossed him against a tree. With half of his face scratched off, his mouth suffering from the explosion and intense burns, Amon fell to his knees. Last words? Yin asked once more, to a now more broken man. My, Fabily, wand led. You, go. Sach. Tronger, Dan. Amon angrily spat. Good. Because if this was all they'd offer me, I'd be bored to death. Yin replied before cutting him to pieces with mana claws as she did with Hawk. Man. That other guy's aura must have been rank C or below. Yin huffed, returning to Blake. She assumed she would be more terrified, or disgusted. But when she returned, Blake hugged her tight. Her face squished into her chest as she took in deep breaths. Thank you. Thank you. Yin heard Blake mutter, her grip tightening. Well. I suppose this isn't bad either. Yin mused, petting the top of her head, as she often did to Shia. I'm sorry. I was scared for stupid reasons. I should have known better. It's not what you are that matters. It's the content of your character. Blake looked up, wiping away her tears. I have a lot to learn. But I'll get strong too. So that something like this never happens again. I'll stand beside you, one day. Blake declared, with a determined fire in her eyes. Yin simply stared down at her. Blake's fearless eyes and will gave her a new, undeniable attractiveness. She liked this kind of development. She started to consider something she hadn't before. bestowing someone else with her blood. The blood of dragons turned mere mortals into legendary heroes. In all likeliness, hers could do the same. But that was a decision she still had time to make. I'd be happy if you did. For now, let's get back. The meeting's been disrupted thanks to this. Yin pet Blake's ears this time, leading her away from the carnage she had inflicted. Oh. Sorry. This will probably be an issue when really establishing menagerie, right? Blake asked, worriedly. If it gets out, yes. But I doubt Chrollo and SDC want to reveal this. It could lead us into future conflict with Atlas, sure. But they'd definitely be investigated for even coming here. Yin smirked. Now's the time to officially begin unifying. Then, we can talk about my needs. Yin added, confusing Blake. What would you need after that? Blake tentatively asked. Recognizing the Branwen as a clan. Mistral would never, given our history. Atlas wants us dead. Vale would be difficult. And Vacuo is a damn near free-for-all. This way is way more beneficial for both the Branwen and Menagerie. I have big plans, Blake. Yin declared, cheerfully. Ah, but you should focus on your earlier pledge. To get strong enough. Train, and when you turn 17. Go to Beacon. Trust me. Blake nodded, feeling a budding inner warmth as a result from her words. Things will start to come together there, Blakey. And I'll reunite with my better half too. Yin muttered the last part. But Blake's thoughts practically crashed into a wall. Better half. She has a lover. And, Ray drew this line art of her dragon form. Pretty sick NGL. Departure 1 week later, within the Schnee family mansion. Jacques Schnee was attending the birthday party of his middle child, Weiss. Ensuring she made the effort to make connections with the other high society heirs in her age group. It greatly irked him, needing to be there to supervise her like this. But she had been becoming more unruly with each passing year. Even going so far as to express interest in becoming a huntress. He already hated the fact that Winter was led astray and joined the Atlas military. It wasn't what he wanted for his eldest daughter, but he had spun it so he and the SDC as a whole looked good. If Weiss further insisted on becoming a huntress, he could likely do so once more, but this time his peers would catch on that his grasp on his children wasn't as firm as it should have been. Ring ring. Jacques' scroll rang. Seeing the Chrollo emblem appear on the screen, he quickly left the ballroom, leaving Weiss to socialize. Lucius. Jacques said, standing out in the empty hallway. Hello, Jacques. There's been a change in the mission. Lucius replied, his voice carrying more amusement than Jacques had ever heard from the man. What is it? If you're trying to renegotiate the price. Jacques' voice trailed off in a hint of warning. No. Not at all, my old friend. The missions failed. My son and his squad were wiped out. Lucius replied without a hint of sadness or anger. What? How difficult is it to grab those 2 items I requested? Jacques asked, a mix of anger and shock in his voice. You'll likely hear this within a few days anyway, but Menagerie is officially becoming a kingdom. Vale, Mistral and Vacuo acknowledges them. Atlas counselors are trying to find any means to push back, but Ironwood is also on board with it. Lucius explained before bringing his ear away from the scroll speaker. What? How? How am I only just hearing about this? Jacques yelled furiously, biting his nail in frustration. All those connections to the counselors was to get this kind of information as soon as it came to light. They've been stuck debating this behind closed doors for 28 hours now. The kind of event that prohibits scrolls. Relax, nobody's keeping things from you. Lucius chuckled. Hearing Jacques sigh, he continued. As for how I know. Our mutual acquaintance informed me. She has an interest in the girl. Jacques paused at the mention of their mutual acquaintance. Just the implication of them made him cautiously glance around, to see if anyone was around. Thankfully, nobody was roaming the halls. Does she have any demands? Jacques asked, quietly. Only to sell her what we know. But I have my own theories on the girl. I'd advise you to keep an eye on her. Lucius said, before hanging up. Jacques sighed deeply before straightening himself out and returning to his office. He had more important things to do now than attend his daughter's birthday. Chrollo HQ, Atlas. Lucius set his scroll down and tapped his fingers rhythmically along the surface of his desk. Sending his weakest child to menagerie was originally just a way to increase his status within the business. All he was capable of, was becoming yet another pillar of obedience to his father. Exchanging his life for some interesting information, one that even had Salem interested, was well worth it. Creak, father. You summoned me? A distinctly female voice called out to him. Lucius looked at his daughter. A beautiful, well-endowed young woman with plump pink lips, verdant green eyes and dazzling crimson hair. Carmilla, yes. Amon is dead. He made a valuable contribution to the family. Add his name to the Blackstone monument. Lucius ordered. Carmilla raised her brow in surprise. Amon hadn't been very powerful. He wasn't lazy, he did train hard to become at least huntsman level. But he lacked the talent the rest of the Chrollo children possessed. Nevertheless, she marked down his name for inscription on the Blackstone monument, a memorial stone, on her scroll. I need your spy division to look for someone. I'll send you all the details. It's imperative you get all the information you can before making contact. Lucius added, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Oh. I'm even going out myself for this. I hope the incentive is good, father, Carmilla replied in a teasingly seductive tone. You'll join the inner circle. He stated calmly. Carmilla immediately closed her mouth and became serious. I'll get it done. Just send me the necessary information. Lucius nodded with a pleased smile as Carmilla walked out of his office. I hope she can keep a cool head this time. It's good to be ambitious, but don't bite off more than you can chew. Lucius muttered while looking up through the window at the pure white shattered moon. Meanwhile, back in Kuana the week had been eventful. Meetings between subordinates of the Beast Kings mostly went smoothly. That is, if they avoided talk about humans. There were a few times that the kings had to step in to stop the arguing, but things hadn't truly gone out of control. A few days into the negotiations, Grey had arrived as a representative of the Branwen clan. Things were tense until the Wolf King's men realized she was a faunus too. One who had her faunus features mutilated. The talks were rather smooth after that. Ian had mostly stayed out of it after Grey had arrived. She had been preparing for Vale, which meant she was trying to increase her acting skills. Thankfully, on the second day of practice, she got the skill. Progress was slow, mainly due to lacking someone to instruct her and the fact that Shia kept encouraging her, even when her performance was less than stellar. Now, it was the last day of the talks. They had finished earlier during the day and a grand celebration was taking place all over the island. A dance was going to be held at the Belladonna estate, but Yin was currently looking at a rather pitiful-looking Tamamo, who had arrived at her room. Yin. Please come with me. We, have to get ready for the dance. Tamamo said with a strange flush to her cheeks. What happened to her? Is she drunk? Shia, who was beside Yin on her bed, whispered in her ear. I don't smell alcohol. I think she got laid. Was it Misaka? Yin asked aloud with a smirk. What? No way. That mud is too crude. I was punished by my lady for referring to her as a hag. But that's not important. What is that she made you a gift to wear at the dance. Tamamo cleared her throat awkwardly. Yin squinted her eyes and observed how shaky Tamamo's legs were. A few perverse thoughts flew through her head before she immediately dismissed them. I'm not even going to ask. I was thinking of not attending, but I'm a little too curious to see what she made. Yin rested her chin within her palm and thought to herself. All right. I'll play. Where's the gift? Yin asked. Here. Tamamo pulled a rectangular gift box along from the hallway before handing it to Yin. Let's see what we have. Yin pulled the ribbon holding the gift loose, opening the box. A dazzling golden glow shone from within the box. One that had Yin, Shia, and even Tamamo's eyes widen. Shia. Go pick out a dress while I attempt to put this on. Yin urged, picking out a rather expensive piece of jewelry out of the box. Are you sure you don't need help fitting into it by hand? Or measure it? By hand. Shia gulped, looking at the incredible dress that was gifted. Ahaha. Come now. A black dress would look good on you, Tamamo laughed sultrily as she dragged an unwilling Shia out of the room. Shia exclaimed in despairing disbelief as she was pulled away. Meanwhile, a few bullheads had arrived outside. They all possessed a raven insignia, so it was obvious who came. Landing at the beach close to the Belladonna estate, Raven walked out of the bullhead with Ren, Nora and Vernal. All of them dressed in appropriate dance attire. Raven, in her tight black thigh-split dress, attracted a lot of stares as they walked up to the estate. Miss Branwen, I take it. One of the white fan guards at the door asked, feeling his throat tighten at the sight of Raven. Yes. This is Nora, Ren and Vernal. Can we go in? Raven asked with an amused smile. Right away. Miss Belladonna is waiting inside. The guard nervously replied, opening the door for them. Wow! How'd you make his nervous like that without a weapon? I can only do that with my hammer. Nora gasped in awe. Sex appeal, confidence and aura. Not the kind that protects us. Vernal snickered, immediately looking around for Ian as soon as they stepped inside. Ah, Ray. It's been so long. Callie greeted from across the room, urging her to come over to see Blake and Gyra, who were standing beside her. It has. I take it Gray has been helpful. Raven smiled and strode over to her old friend, who immediately hugged her. MMPH, I see you're as touchy as ever. Raven muttered as Blake and Gyra both gave her apologetic looks. Mom's very expressive. Blake commented, looking away as Callie made some very suggestive adjustments in the hug. Callie. Raven sighed and returned the hug before it became too awkward for everyone present. There we go now, the party's about to begin. Feel free to mingle and grab all the food you want. The music's going to start soon. Pleased with the return hug, Callie pulled away with a smile and gave a look to the musicians, who were getting ready. So, where's Yin? Shit, I came all this way and got in this damn thing to see her. Vernal asked while simultaneously complaining about the shoulder strap auburn dress she was forced to wear. She should be here soon. Just get some, is that lady not wearing a shirt? Vernal cut Raven off and yelled, pointing at Ghislaine, who was sitting at a table and drinking from a bottle of wine with Misaka. Her ABS have abs. Nora muttered in silent awe. Nora. Please. It's Ren stopped his reprimanding suddenly. It's a compliment. Ren? What's wrong? What are you looking OH? Nora also stopped talking, having noticed what Ren had. Soon enough, there was a chain reaction of people looking up the staircase. Click-clack solid heels were heard coming down, drawing the eyes of those attending. Yin walked down, in a luxurious golden dress. As if it were made of the hide and scales of a divine golden beast. To everyone, Yin appeared like an elegant, battle-ready queen. Her black horns and scales almost unnaturally fit with how strikingly gold the dress was. Master rank Kulv Taroth set, Alpha, equipped, it's strange, wearing another dragon like this. But the reaction. Isn't it a bit overboard? Yin thought to herself as she noticed her mother, Nora, Ren and Vernal. Oh my! You look simply stunning. Callie cried out as Yin walks over. Solid gold. Scales. You've sure hit it rich, haven't you? Raven smirked. I hear envy, Mom. Yin smirked right back before the two hugged each other. You had horns. I want horns. Nora gasped before Ren clamped down on her mouth. Nora. Tact, remember. Ren whispered, eyeing the increasingly interested people in Yin. It looks so good. Why did my hair have to take so long? How did Yin's hair get like that so fast? Shia despaired once more as she stepped out with Tamamo and joined Yin's side once more. It's a unique trick, Shia. Yin gave her a look she immediately understood. Hacks. Shia pouted. The party soon officially kicked off. The celebration of establishing a real kingdom for the Faunus went on late into the night. It was nearing 4 in the morning, when the drunk people had been escorted to spare rooms and the music had stopped. Blake leaned on her windowsill within her room, looking out as the tiniest hints of dawn was creeping through the night sky. She was almost so tired she nearly missed the sound of her door opening. Hearing the clacking of heels, she knew it was Yin. I'm surprised you haven't gone to sleep yet, Blakey. Yin stated, leaning her shoulder against the wall beside her. Just thinking is all. You're going today. I just got so used to having you guys around. It'll be weird. Blake replied with a slightly downcast smile. That's right. You'll have to continue pursuing strength while we're gone. Does it scare you? Yin asked, watching her facial expressions carefully. No. I'm going to stand beside you after all. I'll get strength, then go to Beacon. This, I promise you. There's still so much to do, to try and mend the gap between Faunus and humans. And I believe helping you is the way to achieve that. Blake looked into Yin's serpentine eyes and stated with utmost determination. You're worthy. Take this. It's no shortcut to power, but it'll help the process. Yin pulled out a thumbnail-sized crimson bead. It almost seemed to change from solid to liquid every second. Blake was mesmerized as the bead was placed in her palm. It was heavy, heavier than it should be. She looked up to Yin, the obvious question written on her face. Dragon blood. Ingesting it, submerging in it. It raises the potential of your body. Possibly beyond. This is a small amount, but it is potent. Do you accept it? Blake stared at the small bead in her hand while listening to Yin's voice. Yes. Then take it. I'll watch over you as you change. Yin's reassurance made Blake feel her chest tighten. She quickly swallowed the bead, as if it were a pill. Though as soon as it passed her lips, it flowed down like viscous ichor. And Blake began to change from within. Yin scooped her up in her arms and held the violently thrashing Blake in her arms. The silent pain racking her body was eased by Yin's presence. To veil flashes of colors assailed Blake's senses. Like looking through a kaleidoscope. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, it settled. A blanket of darkness clouded her perception. Even as dark as it was, she could see it move somehow. Then, flashes of gold and white. A dragon appeared. One which looked so very similar to Yin, but different. Where it looked holy, divine, Yin had looked unholy, infernal. Then, she too appeared. Both dragons stood across from each other, both moving in the other's direction. Blake felt a deep worry begin to gnaw at her from within. Her hand outstretched to stop the two, but there was no need. Both of the dragons stopped, inches from one another. Their heads arcing inward, towards each other, until the crowns of their head meet. An almost blinding light and abyssal dark emerged from the two. The light and dark twisted around each other like snakes, until they too merged. Ah! Blake gasped, feeling as if she were being drawn into the vortex of power. Her hands and feet trying to find some traction to hold on to, but everything was like sand. She was pulled along, but just as she thought she was going to be drawn in, it stopped. Before her now, was something hard to process. Clearly a woman, but so much more. Her hair, an untamed flow of black and gold. Her eyes, a heterochromatic mix of 4 color gradients. The left, a red and lilac. The right, a gold and umbral purple. She looked so familiar, yet so foreign. Blake felt a strangely comforting weight in her presence. She reached out to her, without thinking, but everything was suddenly plunged back into darkness once more. PFA. Blake nearly leapt out of her bedsheets. Taking a look around, she realized she was back in her room once more. As soon as the post-sleep drowsiness wore off, she inspected herself. Mostly to see if she had been given any horns, scales or tail. That wasn't the case, but she certainly felt stronger than she had been before. Blake took a deep breath and stood up, only to see Ghislaine looking at her from her door. No dragon traits. Wait, no, I spoke too soon. Your eyes. They're like hers now. Ghislaine stated with a hint of approval. Blake was used to only hearing towards Yin. My eyes are. Wait, where's Yin? She's. Blake stopped herself as she noticed Ghislaine tilt her head over to her window. Left earlier with her attractive mother. She has her journey, we have ours. Ghislaine said with a stoic face that didn't quite suit her early comment about Raven. Blake was tempted to give her a look but knew Ghislaine wouldn't even get embarrassed, so she simply shook her head. Her last words were the important ones. Teach me to be strong, okay? Blake felt the rising heat of embarrassment travel up her neck. Yin asked me to help guide you. But I would have done so anyway. I'll teach you what I can. Just remember to keep me in mind for later, when you reunite with her once more. Ghislaine pat her shoulder with a small smile. Aight. I'll encourage her to visit. Blake felt this was oddly cute, for the Tiger King at least. Good. Now, let's start by testing the limits of your body. Ghislaine became slightly excited, which only made Blake that much more nervous. Well, as long as it made her strong, she would push through. Her determination wouldn't falter from just this. She has around 2 years to grow strong enough. Under Ghislaine's tutelage, she'd do just fine. Later, Sanus Continent Raven's bullhead had landed about 2 days away from the city of Vale. They didn't go further due to the trip to Mistral being long enough as it is. That, and Ian wanted to travel through towns first. Are you sure you don't want Rennie and I to join you? We'd make a great leg-breaking squad. Nora pleaded hopefully. I'm sure we would. But the thing I'm starting over in Vale demands tact. If you joined me and my future activities expose your identity, getting into Beacon will be either impossible or come with stipulations like Ojpin keeping a close eye on you. Ian answered, stepping out of the bullhead with Shia. So we can only be of use to you in 2 years? Ren asked, a little dejected. Ian pursed her lips and shook her head. Don't think of it like that. You're not my tools. Your help will be valuable in Beacon, yes. So it's important to train up while you can. Ian then looked to her mother. I'll keep the clan running. Leave the politics to me. Oh, and don't forget to be careful. That's Ojpin's territory you're going in. Raven reminded. Got it. I'll see you later. Ian waved as they took off once more. 2 hours of walking later, the sound of the bullhead leaving was the only thing that could be heard for a minute before they began walking. A quiet, awkward silence overcame the two. The kind Ian wasn't used to, thanks to Shia being around. Glancing back, she noticed the rabbit girl seemed to have a lot on her mind. But every time she summoned a little courage to ask, she stamped it down. It became so awkward that their leisurely walk through the wilds felt like a death march. It was only after the 2nd hour of walking did she finally have enough. Sigh, Shia. You have something to say? Ian asked, glancing at Shia behind her. Oh. Well. I just wanted to ask. About the dragon blood. Shia replied with difficulty. Last night, she had come into Blake's room to find Ian. Blake was writhing on the bed, with Ian comforting her through the process. It was then she learned about dragon blood and its effects. But one question burned within Shia's mind. Why wasn't she considered first? Well, I've been with you longer. I'm helping you too. So why? Shia looked at Yin's back with a pained expression. Ian simply hummed in acknowledgement. Do you have a dream, Shia? An ambition? Ian asked after a couple seconds of silence. Shia blurted out in confusion. But then she connected the two questions. Did her not receiving dragon's blood have to do with her ambitions or lack thereof? I want to help you in your world. I want to be with you. That's why I came. Shia admitted. After a short period of silent thinking. Yes. You're following me. Love is as good a reason as any to pursue someone. But so far, you've only ever done things to impress me or earn my affection. That's not how love and respect works. Ian stated, stopping to look Shia in the eyes. Shia paused. Was it true? Was she really just following Ian so far? Had she only been doing this to earn affection? Ian turned away, but Shia grabbed her shoulder and turned her back towards her. No. When we fought Leviathan. I wanted to win, not to get your love. I wanted to show you that I was strong enough to be your companion. That I deserved to be here. Maybe it escaped, sure. But next time around, I'll put it in the ground. Not for your affection, but so I can stand proudly and know I can stand at your level. Shia declared with an uncharacteristically fierce look in her eye. A pleasant tingle traveled up Yin's back, bringing a heat that settled around her stomach. The previous image of Shia in her head had cracked. She watched Shia start to walk in front of her, now with a purpose. It seemed she had underestimated Shia earlier. I'm sorry. I didn't understand you. My assumption was rude. Yin took a deep breath and apologized, nearly making Shia stumble and fall. You're apologizing. Whoa. Shia muttered in shock. Even I am capable of self-reflection. Yin rolled her eyes. I mean, it wasn't to criticize you. I think talking about my goal really helped. Hey, Shia smiled sheepishly. Yin nodded, then grabbed her shoulders. I can't pretend I know the depths of your feelings or can say I share them. But I do value you. And your answer satisfied me. Shia, do you want dragon's blood? Yin asked seriously. Shia, losing her previous nervousness, replied with all the conviction she had. I do. Yin nodded and pat her back. We should be arriving in Domremy soon. Village of about 500. When we get to the inn there, I'll give it to you. Yin stated while rubbing her absurdly fluffy ears. Shia, as usual, had her mind immediately go to the gutter. Give it to her, was interpreted in quite a few ways in her head. As a result, her face flushed pink. Are you thinking of something lewd again? Yin chastised, yet still rubbed her fingers along her ears. And no. Let's go, shall we? I hope they have baths. Shia deflected and began to quickly walk once more. Yin raised her brow but shrugged and walked along while muttering, I am going to rock her world in a few years. Evening, Domremy. It wasn't until the sun began to set did the two finally reach Domremy. Yin could have used the motorcycle she made with Hajime, but walking and fighting the local Grimm did wonders for burning off their energy and getting Shia some experience. From the fodder Grimm, like the Beowulfs, Borbatusks, Ursa Minor and Lancers. To the more formidable Nevermore, Ursa Major, Alpha Beowulf, Deathstalker and Goliath. In fact, it was after killing a herd of Goliaths did they reach Domremy a half hour later, where posted guards were at the entrance. Excuse me, ladies. One of the guards, a woman with wavy blonde hair and blue eyes, called out. Did you? And I know this is a weird question. But did you kill a herd of Goliaths? She asked, a little shocked. That's the elephant one's right. Shia whispered. Yin nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? What? Problem? No. You have no idea how much stress we were under. If those things decided to ram our walls, we would have had to evacuate. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. She bowed her head gratefully. It was nothin'. Shia preened under her gratitude. After all, she was the one clearing out most of the Grimm. Welcome to Domremy. Home of the best bakery, hot springs and the Ark family. The guard proudly stated, much to the other guards' amusement. Violet, you think Sir Nicholas will want to see them? The other guard, a male in his early 30s with a stubble, asked. I'll tell him after my shift. You guys are going to the inn, right? Violet asked with a friendly smile. She gives me golden retriever vibes. Ian thought, fighting back a smirk while nodding. That's right. Awesome. You'll enjoy the hot spring there, trust. Just tell the innkeeper Gale that Violet sent you. He'll put it on my tab. It's the least we can do for, well, saving us a huge headache. Violet scratched the back of her head and laughed cheerfully. Oh. Hot springs. We have to go. Shia excitedly pulled Ian along by the arm. Violet watched the two enter the village with a thoughtful face. You have that face again. The one you get before a spectacularly awful idea spawns in your head. The other guard pointed out. Oh, I was just wondering. Think they'd be up for a date with John? Ancestors know my sisters and I've been trying to set the guy up. Even that busty blonde and redhead we see every spring haven't been going the way I thought. Speaking of. Aren't they coming by tomorrow? Violet clicked her tongue, then suddenly gained a sly smile. I know. Blind date. She clapped with a sparkle in her eyes. Somehow. I don't think this will go the way you plan. The guard muttered to himself. And, give props to Ray for drawing this sick art of Yin's dragon form. Also let me know if you spot anything interesting in the art, winky face. Sisters reunion, are we there yet? Ruby asked from the back of their car. You asked that a minute ago. Yang held her face in her hands and muttered. So. Ruby looked out the window once more. Tai was driving, humming through all the repeat questions Ruby usually bombarded the family with. Summer was sleeping through it and Crow was far too drunk to really care. Funny thing is, he's cut back on drinking quite a lot. But whenever he gets in a car with Ruby for an extended period of time, he drinks himself into a stupor. So Yang always takes the brunt of it. No. We aren't there yet, Rubes. Yang let out a deep sigh. She wanted to continue practicing magic with the headmaster. There was some divide between the way she used magic and the way he did. But she couldn't place her finger on it. Yang could hardly describe it, but she started to think her magic was different than Ojpin's. Are we there yet? Ruby asked once more, antsy from sitting in the car too long. Yang looked out the window, seeing a wall further ahead on the horizon. They were traveling a dirt road and by car, so the ride there only truly took an hour or so. Thankfully for her sanity, they were nearing Domremy. Yes, Ruby. Yang sighed in relief. I gotta show them my baby. You think John started training yet? Ruby once more started bombarding Yang with questions. Yang could tell, this trip was going to suck. Several minutes later, Tai. An older blonde man with rippling muscles and a short, graying beard strode forward to greet the Xiaolong/Rose family. Nick. How's the family? The two blondes clasped their hands together before bringing the other in for a manly hug. Good. The girls are all excited to have Ruby and Yang around. Nicholas pat Tai's broad shoulder. Oh. How's John? Did he start training yet? Ruby excitedly bounced around the two. Ah. Well, we have him on a training regiment. Gotta build up his physique right? Nicholas smiled, but Tai and Summer both saw the helplessness within. He really didn't want John to become a huntsman. He was the sole male of the Ark House, besides him. Nicholas just wanted his son to settle down and start a family. Haha. Yeah. Gotta be in top shape to be a huntsman. Crow drunkenly stumbled out. Summer rolled her eyes and helped Crow properly stand. Let's get him some coffee. Summer sighed. Ah. Well, our coffee shipments are a bit behind. There was a herd of Goliaths, you see. Nicholas folded his arms and shrugged. Where are they? I can help. Summer offered help immediately. Oh, you don't need to worry about it. 2 women came in recently, destroyed the herd by themselves. They're in the hot spring inn. All covered by us, of course. Nicholas' words earned the attention of Yang and Ruby especially. A herd. Alone? I gotta see that. Yang felt a rising excitement. Goliaths are. Those huge ones, right? Ruby gasped. Sure are. Think we should invite them over for dinner? Tai gave a peculiar glance at Nicholas and Summer. I'd be happy to. Nicholas easily agreed. Right then. Ruby, Yang. Can you go? Summer didn't even need to complete her sentence before the sisters had run off. I didn't even get a chance to tell them what they looked like. Oh well. They'll probably know when they see them. Nicholas laughed. Hot Springs in Yin and Shia had received a large Australian-styled room. There was, thankfully, 2 beds. Soon after they settled in, they both went into the outside onsen. The both of them sitting atop basins and washing themselves before submerging themselves in the hot springs. Ah, Mom should move the clan to some hot springs and settle there. Yin sighed in contentment. This is really nice. Shia shared her sigh, sitting next to Yin. They shared a few moments of comfortable silence until Shia peeked down at Yin's chest, floating there in the water. No, I don't need you to wash my chest. Yin smirked and gave Shia a small wink. IWSn't. I only thought about asking. Shia corrected. Though Shia was confused. There was no trace of the small annoyance Yin usually showed when she allowed her dirty thoughts to surface. If anything, it seemed like she was flirting with her. Shia bit her lip and slightly moved closer to her. Maybe not the front. But I can wash your back. Shia offered with a hopeful look in her eyes. Yin just gave her a small smile before pulling her long black hair over her shoulder and showing Shia her back. Shia's eyes lit up and began to gently scrub Yin's toned, yet soft back, with a bar of body soap, swathed in a cloth. You can go harder. Yin's teasing nearly made Shia drop the soap. Shia continued, taking the task very seriously until she reached the rear. But before she could reach it, the onsen entrance opened. 2 girls came in, both with towels wrapped around their bodies. Hello. Hello. Are the ones who beat those huge grim Harii? Ruby's excited voice called out. But there was no real need to call out. There were only 2 other people besides Yang and Ruby there. Yin and Shia looked over at the commotion. Then it happened. Yin and Yang locked eyes. In that instant, Yang ran over to the sitting Yin and practically tackled her. It's you. Oh my god. It is you, right? Yang double-checked, grabbing Yin's cheeks and squishing them inward, making her look like she was puckering her lips. Yes. It is. Yang then hugged her sister tight, with a hint of happy tears in her eyes. Yin paused, feeling the depth of Yang's happiness and longing in her hug. Then wrapped her own arms around Yang's back with a dazzling smile. Yeah. It's me. Yin ran her hand down her long blonde hair. W.O. You look so much alike. Shia muttered, looking at the twins. It's really her. Ruby whispered, watching the two embrace each other. After a few moments, they both separated. Yin held Yang's face in her hands, appraising and appreciating the now mature features they shared. Seeing her like this reminded her of how she was, before gaining her dragon heart. She was almost ready. It's so good to see you. Both of you. Yin turned to look at the now anxious Ruby. Come on, lil sis. Join in. It's not weird to hug your sister. Yang joked, ignoring the fact that Yin was quite naked. I mean. Ruby stuttered, until she was suddenly grabbed by Yin's tail, that suddenly emerged from her lower back. Ruby was pulled into the sisterly hug. Whoa! What was that? Ruby gasped, running her hand along the black scales of Yin's tail. I told you, Rubes, Yang grinned, running her own hand over Yin's tail in barely disguised envy and awe. So it really was you in menagerie. Ruby exclaimed in shock. The stream was a bit too unbelievable in some parts. She even considered it could be some movie teaser. That's right. Oh Ruby, Yang. This is Shia. Yin gestured to the still stunned Shia. Your traveling companion. Nice to meet ya. I'm Yang, her twin. Yang greeted with a smile. Flap Ruby was about to greet Shia too, when Yang's towel fell. To Shia, it all happened in slow motion. The twins' bodies, almost identical to one another, were exposed to her. No, not only that. They were firmly pressed against each other in their hug. Shia collapsed. Whoa! What's wrong? Ruby panicked, running over to shake the bunny girl. Yin and Yang gave each other a knowing look before separating. Albeit reluctantly. Must have overheated. Yin stated, preserving Shia's image in Ruby's eyes. Yeah, must have been too hot in here. Yang smirked, wagging her eyebrows up and down. Oh. Good. Should we? Go back. I think Mom and Dad will really want to know about you. Ruby quickly shifted her attention. Well. I don't have a problem with seeing them. But it'd be a shame if we didn't enjoy the hot spring together, right? Yin smiled, stretching out her tail to pick up Shia and place her back in their room, which had been close by. True. Oh. Can you tell me how you got all those weapons? Did you make them? Ruby asked, pulling up next to her. The sisters began to wash themselves, while Ruby eagerly asked Yin about her weapons. Yang only silently enjoyed Yin's company while letting Ruby get all her questions out. She only wanted to stay close to her twin. Oh. Hot. Ruby uttered as they sat in the actual hot springs. Both Yin and Yang let out a pleased sigh. So. You're on a whole other level now, huh? Yang sat back and asked. Yin, glancing at Yang, knew exactly what real thoughts were. Yang was just like her, in that regard. She was a dragon, of course she desired power. Yeah. I trained, acquired skills, unlocked my dragon heart. For the most part, you've got everything I do. Only. Your heart isn't fully unlocked yet. Yin looked down at Yang, her pupils observing the still growing magic within her heart. There were likely a few reasons why she hadn't unlocked it fully yet. Yin's magic triggered her evolutions. But to trigger the full awakening, it's likely she needed more magic. Or, her own level hadn't yet reached the point of being able to transform. In both cases, I can probably solve that before we depart. Yin thought before looking at Yang's flushed face. You know you have the same thing, right? Are they that impressive? Yang asked, a hint of pride evident in her voice. Yin couldn't help but laugh. Wrapping her arm around Yang's shoulder. I was looking at your heart. I have ideas about how to get you your dragon form. Oh, and I want to see how your magic is progressing. Yin smiled, being influenced by Yang's happy demeanor. Wah! Hell yeah! Yang sprung up, splashing both Yin and Ruby with water. Ah, we could also give Ruby magic too. Our blood, if ingested, boosts the physical and magical abilities of those who take it. Or bathe in it. Yin added, immediately drawing the excitement from Ruby. Seriously? Ruby clutched Yin's shoulders with a glimmer in her eyes. Absolutely. We'll ask Summer and Dad about it after we get out. Yin replied. Yes. I could carry a whole armory. Ruby started to mutter ideas to herself. Yang snickered and leaned against Yin's shoulder. We come to Domremy every year. I thought this year would suck. I've been stuck on my growth and I think John's sisters are trying to set me up with him. He turned out to be the best year. Yang grinned. Though all Yin hyper focused on was, John's sisters are trying to set me up with him. A look of horror appeared on Yin's face. Yang? With John? Never. I'd rather she dated Blake than John. That naivete. That lankiness. That novice. Yin shook her head grimly. No. You're not allowed to get with John. Yin stated. Huh. I don't want to. But what do you mean by allowed, eh? Yang jabbed her elbow into Yin's arm defiantly. Yin simply turned to Yang and stared at her intensely. Yang felt something in her gaze. Something she didn't recognize yet. The closest thing she could attribute it to was jealousy. The idea of it being that lit a fire in her belly. You're not allowed. Yin stated again. The twins stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds before Ruby splashed them both. Yo! No fighting in the bath. Your eyes changed for a bit there. Like Yang's semblance. Ruby stated, hands on her hips. Ah. Sorry. Don't know what came over me there. Yin scratched her head. Me too. Yang added. Well, that's enough soaking. Let's grab Shia and see the rest of the family. Yin shook off the awkwardness and stepped out of the water. Though they both had the same thought appear in their heads. I don't know if I was gonna fight or kiss her. And, completed Ray pick. Image here, vote. Yin and Yang, possibly more, are going into a dungeon/otherverse. Which one? I'm open to suggestions that get lots of likes. Here are my two options, DxD, to save the kitties. Fairy Tale, to save the kitties at the tower. Other option, comment here, chap should come tomorrow, so voice your opinions quick. Facilitating growth. The sisters, plus Shia, had exited the onsen after properly enjoying it. Though Shia was still passed out, so Yin dressed her up herself and held her as they left the inn. So how long are you here for? Yin asked. Actually, I was gonna ask you that. We always come here for a month in spring. Dad works with John's dad and helps train the guard and promising kids before they go off to a huntsman academy. What are you doing here? Yang asked, raising brow at the closeness Yin had with Shia. We've got plans. Mom and I are improving the Branwen. making it into a proper clan. We just got recognized by Menagerie as a real clan, so our banditry days are over. Yin replied, steering the topic away from where she was going next. There was a good chance Yang would try to accompany her if she told them. While Yin would love nothing more than to have her sister with her, now wasn't the time. Vale is where she'd dip her hands into the criminal underworld. A force that huntresses and huntsmen were opposed to during the 3 volumes. Yang would even level Junior Hei Xiong's club in 2 years. Yin's plans were to completely and utterly dominate the crime families in Vale, not destroy them. She didn't want Yang to be part of that. It'd risk her future in Beacon. Yang gave an approving smile hearing her intentions with the Branwen clan. Truth be told, I thought I was gonna have to pull her out of Mom's clutches. But maybe Mom's not so bad. Yang briefly thought before hearing Shia stir awake. Oh, I had a strange dream. 2 Yins. Shia muttered, much to Yang's amusement. You do look kinda similar. If Yin dyed her hair and wore contacts. Ruby added, fingers framing Yin's face. I don't need contacts. Yin smirked, activating ignition. Ruby and Yang's eyes widened at the sight of Yin's subtle appearance change. Parts of her hair had small sparks of blue flames, while her eyes turned a shade of lilac that mirrored Yang's. Ooh! That's your semblance. It's so similar to Yang's. Ruby muttered. I need to take a few hits to activate mine. Yang frowned, wondering how Yin did it without needing to be hit. I can teach you. We're staying in Domremy for a month too. So we'll have time. Wakey wakey, Shia. Yin added, feeling Shia embrace her more, due to the comforting warmth she was releasing. Ah. I liked being carried. Shia pouted before being released. She looked at Yin and Yang and nodded appreciatively before walking beside them. What was that about? Yang whispered to Yin. Probably had a lewd thought, I bet. Yin whispered back as they approached the Ark house. It was a large home, clearly having been added onto over the years to accommodate how many children the Arks had added onto. As soon as they entered, they saw the adults look over to them with their smiles freezing up. Though Nicholas and his wife Sophicia seemed to have some long-lost memory come back at the sight of Yin. Summer was the one who had the most dramatic reaction, nearly dropping her glass of wine that Sophicia had poured her. Our Raven. Summer muttered out in shock. It was understandable for her to mistake Yin for Raven. Given she had changed into a red kimono with a black obi, a black skirt and long, dark red boots that went up to her upper thighs. She almost looked exactly like Raven. Wait. No. That's not Ray. Crow slurred his words and stood up from the reclining seat he was comfortably relaxed in. Yin? My gods. It's been so long, kiddo. Tai felt his eyes get wet, but he blinked it away and went in to hug his daughter. Hey Pop. Yin accepted the hug, bringing one hand around his back. The hug was soon joined in by Summer, then Ruby, then Yang. It was a little awkward at first, but the genuine happiness and relief she felt from them was real. Summer was never her mom the way she was for Yang and Ruby, but she still considered her close enough to be family, like Crow. We missed you, kid. Damn, look at you. Already look like an adult. Crow smirked, watching the family reunion. Pretty sure you already guessed why, Drunkle. Yin replied with a knowing look. The hug went on for about 5 minutes before a rather long talk about what Yin had been up to since she left began. Summer was clearly very worried, being the most against Yin being out in Mistral with Raven. But she almost panicked when it was revealed that Yin had left almost a year ago and was traveling alone. Shia took offense to that. Tai called out, holding his wife's hand to stop her from further spiraling. Tai. She's still only 13. Summer calmed down a little, though was still clearly distressed. 14 now, but they don't need to know that. Yin shrugged, letting her father handle the emotional Summer. And look at her. Do you see even a scar on her? I may not agree with Raven's methods, but she's strong. Tai affirmed confidently. Yeah, listen to him some. She could probably give us a run for our money now. Crow added, and even Nicholas nodded with a serious expression. Your aura. You have as much of it as I do, don't you? Nicholas asked, suddenly drawing everyone's eyes on Yin. I do. I've trained extensively. Battled grim people. And other things. Trust me, Summer. I can take care of myself. Yin replied, staring down Summer's silver eyes. Summer acquiesced, for now. She still held the desire to bring Yin back to their home, but pushing it now wouldn't do. Ahem. Now, I have a question. Nicholas cleared his throat, drawing eyes from everyone in the room. You said she was 13. His voice laced with incredulity. Ah. Summer, Tai, and Crow briefly forgot for a second. The sudden growth spurt from Yang had definitely come from Yin. But how to explain it? I'm built different. Yin casually answered. Same. Yang and Yin high-fived without even looking at each other. Nicholas and Sufisha both looked at them with blank expressions. Then, Nicholas' stoic facade cracked and he laughed mirthfully. Apparently so. You got your parents' physique. Nicholas smacked the table and gestured at Yin's arms. He could see the slim yet defined arms Yin had beneath her sleeves. Nah. Mine are better. Yin retorted with a prideful smirk. Is that a challenge, my dear daughter? Tai sprung up and placed his arm on the nearby table, challenging Yin to an arm wrestling match. Shia, who had been watching the shift from dramatic reunion to an arm wrestling match between father and daughter in less than an hour, couldn't help but snicker. It was more or less a reflection of the kind of family she had wanted to be a part of. She felt Yang's hand pat her back as Tai began to struggle. It's almost like she never left. Ah, I forgot to ask, but you gotta be strong too, right? Yang asked with an almost mischievous grin. Shia simply smiled and put her arm up on the table beside Tai and Yin. Several rounds later, the blondes held their arms and groaned in defeat. While Nicholas looked at the cracked table with a grimace. That was a metal table too. He sighed, feeling the intense stare his wife was giving behind him. Sorry. I'll help get you a new one if you don't mind. I'm decent at craftsmanship. Yin shrugged as Yang and Tai gave Sufisha apologetic looks. You gotta show me how you got that strong, sis. Yang huffed and stood up, giving Shia a new look. Also, who's stronger between you two? The question made Shia and Yin look at each other. Taking everything into account, Yin was stronger. But Shia was quite the monster herself. Well, we can find out later. Do you want to learn some fighting styles? Yin's question was met with immediate excitement from Yang. Outside, of course. Yin felt Sufisha's glare on her briefly before adding. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yang quickly made her way outside. You don't mind if John watches you as soon as they get home from school, no? Nicholas asked Yin. Though it seemed his intentions were pure, Yin saw something in his eyes. He was probably hoping to discourage John by letting him see how kids his age were miles ahead of him. Not that Yin particularly cared if he was. Yin shrugged and stopped Shia as they walked out of the Ark house. Take my bike. I need you to see if there's any dungeon doors nearby. Can you do that for me? Yin whispered. Shia was a little taken back. It wasn't an order but a request. Not that she minded, she chose to follow Yin after all. Shia saluted with a smile. Yes ma'am. Shia corrected herself immediately. Yin's brow raised, but decided now wasn't the time to tease her. She held out her hand and summoned the black metal and scaled bike she created with Hajime a while back. Instantly, Yang, Tai and Crow noticed it. What is that? Yang sprinted over, gawking at it. I made this with a friend a while back. Like I made your bike. Yin smirked as Shia got on, activating its magic engine. It almost looks like a weapon. Tai muttered, looking at the sleek metallic sheen. What was that? Ruby overheard as her and Summer walked out. Okay, you can nerd out about it later. Shia has something to do. Yin stopped the increasingly excited Summer and Ruby from approaching, urging Shia to go. Ehe. Yeah, I'll be back. Shia said before speeding off, not even leaving tire tracks behind. Much to the family's disappointment. Okay, sis. Let me see what you got. Yang walked a good distance from the house and activated Ember Celica. Which just reminded Yin to make a better gauntlet weapon for Yang. Since it's likely Ember Celica won't be able to handle her punches later. Yin held out her hand, summoning the high-frequency blade, still in its sheath. Ruby and Summer once more became excited. Oh! What kind of katana is that? The sheath looks so advanced. Ruby pulled out a sketchbook and began to draw it in detail. Atlas. It seems similar to Atlas weapon tech. Different design. More sleek. Summer noted. You're using a sheathed blade. Are you underestimating me? Yang frowned. I want to gauge your hand-to-hand skill first. You're supposed to start off small. Then gradually go all out. That's the real way to enjoy a fight, my dear sister. Yin calmly explained. Yang grinned, then get ready. Several hours later, Midnight Yang was in one of the Ark's guest rooms, nursing a bruised ego. Her bruises had healed quickly, but the realization of how far ahead her sister was didn't help her ego. Of course, she knew Yin was powerful. More than her, by a long shot. But confronting it herself, it really sunk in. Aside from that though, she was grateful. Yin was a good teacher. A few flaws in her fighting style was pointed out, ones even Tai didn't spot. And she even taught her a few moves she picked up. The only issue she could see now was utilizing her magic. The Ark's place wasn't a good place to train it. It had to be kept secret. But Yin assured her she would teach her how to properly wield it. Her thoughts began to drift when she felt two hands wrap around her bare stomach. WJOGs. Yang immediately tried to elbow the face of the person responsible. Thankfully, Yin dodged it with a simple block of her hand. Sorry, sis. What are you doing in here though? Yang whispered. It's time to really train you. Also, I just wanted to hug you. Yin replied softly, resting her chin on Yang's shoulder. Wait. Really train? Like. Yin nodded. It's time to become a dragon. I sent Shia out to look for a dungeon, a special world for us to get stronger in. But if you don't want to come, Yang turned her head immediately. I do. Take me. Yin grinned and stood up. Get dressed then. We're sneaking out. 20 minutes later, the outskirts of Domremy indeed possessed a set of ruins. There were numerous marks along the ground, obviously left behind by people who had wanted to force their way inside. Shia was waiting by the door with a prideful smile. She hopped off the bike and saluted Yin once more. The door has both patterns. Shia exclaimed, pointing at the Yin/Yang symbol on the stone door. Along the way over, Yin explained what the dungeons were. That only they could access them. Yang got excited at the prospect of adventuring in another world with Yin, who herself seemed to share her sentiment. Right then. Let's see what this one is. Yin placed her hand on the door, getting a notification. Unique dungeon found. Issuing options. 1. World hopping event. Duration, 1 year plus. Note, time freeze will once again occur in home world. 2. Dungeon quest instance. Yin blinked, carefully reading the notification. The first option was much like her time spent in Arifureta. With a year duration. What's with the options? Yang asked, having put her hand on the symbol too. It means. The second one is a quick in and out experience. But the first is that we'd be in that world for about a year. While time remains stopped here. Yin answered. Wait. Did you? Yang squinted at her sister. Yeah. I went to another world already. Met Shia there too. I'm a year older than you. Yin replied with a wry smile. What? Oh man. I'm not calling you big sis. Yang pouted. Not even if I spoil you. You can call me Wani-chan, if you want. Yin smirked before focusing back on the options. So. Which one do you want? A year together gives me more time to train you, but Yang wrapped her arm around Yin's shoulder. As long as time's frozen here, I've got no complaints. We've gotta make up for lost time, right? Yang smiled. Yin nodded back and hit the first option. World travel chosen. World, DxD first quest, save Kuroka and Shirone from the Naberius Devil's experimentation arrival. Underworld, Naberius territory rewards, dependent on performance. Remember my children, creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. Never forget that fox mommy. Naberius extermination. They soon appeared within the underworld. Instead of looking otherworldly, it matched the human world, even having a moon. This was due to having been altered by the 4 great Satans, even going so far as to create a fake moon with demonic power. It was night, and the full moon was in the sky. Yang was taken back by the sight of it, having been used to Remnant's shattered moon. Yin pat her back and took a cursory look around. They had ended up on a massive cliffside. At the very end of the cliff was a facility. Like one would see in the human world. Shia looked up and paused. This looks normal. Shia muttered. Yin placed her hand on Yang's shoulder and gestured to the land in front of them. Welcome to the underworld. A land of devils, grim reapers, fallen angels and other races. Yin explained. I always thought the underworld would be more gloomy. With lakes of fire. Shia wondered aloud. What she said. There any grim here? Yang looked at Yin inquisitively. No. Grim are mostly unique to Remnant. Each world has a number of different creatures plaguing it. This one has a massive variety. Not even devils are all bad here. Yin explained. Shia nodded her head and added, Amen. In my world, we have dangerous monsters. Then there were those cyborgs in the menagerie dungeon. Yang seemed to get even more interested, making a fist and smirking. You gotta bring me along too. I can access the doors with my symbol, right? Yin instantly felt the need to steer her away from going without her, but stopped herself before she opened her mouth. She wouldn't be around Yang all the time. And trying to limit her options to grow strong didn't sit well with her either. Yeah. Maybe later you can find them. For now, we should see what this facility is all about. Yin diverted her attention to the facility before them. Though as they walked, she observed Yang's heart once more. It was accumulating more mana from the atmosphere, but it wasn't as potent as the lower floors in the Orcus dungeon, so the transformation would take a little time. Halt! You trespass on Naberius clan territory. State your intentions. Two devil guards stationed outside the facility approached them, the older one speaking. Well, that was easy. Yin remarked, looking at the facility ahead with an almost befuddled expression. Yeah. We really came out at a convenient location, huh? Shia chimed in with a small snicker. Yeah, seriously. So, how do you guys operate? You just knock them out or? Yang asked, immediately alerting the two guards into caution. Not that it mattered. They were low-class devils working under a madman from the branch family of the Naberius house. Oh, no. We kill them. These guys take in kids, solely to experiment on them. In pursuit of power. Yin clarified, catching the older guard by the neck before he had a chance to fire off his devil magic at her. Yang furrowed her brows. She wasn't used to killing. But she always had a feeling Yin was, due to her being raised in a bandit's camp. Not wanting to be outdone, she moved and intercepted the other guard before he could flee, smashing her fist into his back. Crunch, and successfully destroying his metal armor, along with his spine. Yang didn't hold back, seeing as these were devils. Ah, see? It's easy. I kind of expected you to struggle with it more though, to be honest. Yin stated, closing her fist and crushing the neck of the devil in her hand. Yang muttered in disbelief. I didn't think he'd die. I thought he was stronger. He didn't even have aura. Yang replied, looking a little guilty. Shia felt a pang in her chest and looked away. So cute. Yin suppressed the upward turning of her lips after hearing Shia's whispers. Tossing the body away, she wrapped her arm around Yang, pulling her in a half-hug. Auras and semblances are unique to our universe, sis. Don't feel bad. These guys, Yang shook her head at Yin's words. Oh, no. I'm not Ruby. I learned huntsmen and huntresses do kill dangerous and insidious people. I just felt guilty because he didn't even have a chance. Yang coughed awkwardly. Well, here's hoping there's some stronger devils inside then, eh? Oh, make sure to keep an eye out for two cat girls too. We're here to rescue them, after all. Yin stated, urging the two to follow after her as she proceeded toward the facility. Cat girls? For some reason. I feel a little threatened now. Shia felt a shiver of premonition make its way up her spine. She'd look into the future, but now wasn't the time. Either way, the two girls were supposedly kids, no? What kind of threat could they even pose? Naberius compound, Wani-chan. Shirone called out, catching the previously absent-minded Kuroka's attention. "What is it, Shirone?" She had felt something in the air for a second. Or so she thought. "You stopped reading the story." The princesses were all caught by the dragon. Into its nest. "See?" Shirone pointed at the picture book she was reading to her. "Oh, right. Silly Minaya." Kuroka smiled and began to pick up where she left off. The princesses felt as if doom were upon them. The dragon had taken them from their castle with ease and set it ablaze with its mighty flames. "Wah, scary Hanaya." Kuroka added in some sound effects, putting greater emphasis on the dragon. Maybe, the princesses were lonely in the castle. So the dragon saved them. Shirone questioned the picture book. She was a rather smart 10-year-old. Kuroka wasn't too shocked to hear her sister questioning the storybook. By all means, it was just a regular fantasy book where the dragon takes the two princesses into its cave. Then it gets defeated by a noble prince and they all live happily ever after, except for the rather dead dragon anyway. It wasn't the first time she'd read it out loud to Shirone. There was nothing to do in their confined room but read anyway. Kuroka stared at the two princesses being taken away by the evil dragon, as if longing for it. "Why did the dragon take them, Wani-chan?" Shirone looked up at her sister's face and asked. "Because dragons like treasures, Naya. The princesses are like shining gold and jewels to them." Kuroka answered. Though, she didn't truly know if that were the case. "And why does the prince come save them?" Shirone asked again. "Because the princesses are beautiful women. The prince wants to be with one. Or both." That's more scandalous than I realized." Kuroka, being a healthy 14-year-old, naturally knew about attraction. "Same reason." Shirone muttered. What is Naya?" Kuroka prodded her sister for an answer. "The dragon takes them because they're pretty. The prince does too." "Why does the prince get treated well and the dragon dies?" That was a harder question to answer. Kuroka always knew her sister was smart. It was even a source of pride. But her observational skills made it harder to keep the dark truth from her. That she was being used as an experiment by her bastard master. To create a super devil. She would need to act soon, if at least to protect Shirone from learning the terrible truth. Because the prince loves them. A rather unreliable answer, but she really had no real answer to give. And Shirone counted on her to be a dependable older sister. There couldn't be a question she didn't know the answer to. Kuroka continued the book, internally sighing to herself. Wouldn't it be nice to be saved like that? She thought to herself before a blaring alarm echoed loudly through the facility. Both sisters covered their ears, even though the door had muffled some of the noise. "What's going on?" Shirone groaned before getting used to the loud alarms. Kuroka rubbed her ears and looked down at the white floor under the crack in the door leading outside. Two of the station guards outside their door quickly began to move, away from their room. It has to be serious. To get them to leave like that. A breakout? Or a break-in? Kuroka quietly mused to herself. Either way, it was a golden opportunity. Quickly standing up, she grasped her little sister's hand and stood up. "Shirone, we should go. We can leave and get ourselves a nice house with plenty of snacks. Way better than here." Kuroka urged her sister. But Master Croy. Wait, snacks. Her attention shifted quite quickly at the mention of tasty food. Kuroka sighed in relief. Good to know the power of sweets will still move her. Yeah. Master Chrollo will be fine here. Let's go. Kuroka pulled her along, treating it as an adventure while internally dreading getting involved in whatever attack the Naberius was suffering. Kuroka kicked the door down, using her senjutsu-enhanced power to topple the steel door. Pulling Shirone along, she thankfully saw no guards or lab assistants lurking in the halls. She quickly made her way down the white halls, making sure to peek around the first corner she came across. Fwish! Just in time to see a guard flying and crashing head first through a lab's window. The force carrying him all the way into the back of said lab, where it sounded like every last piece of glass equipment inside shattered at once. Okay. Not there. Kuroka quickly pulled Shirone along down the opposite end, this time, not seeing any flying guards. He went flying far. Shirone stated idly, even sounding a little amused at the fact. Kuroka smirked a little. It was kind of funny, given how these guards treated some of the others held here. Even going so far as to set up death matches between subjects deemed as failures. Worse yet, some failures were still quite attractive and given most guards were men. Kuroka shook her head. All the more reason to get out of this cesspit. Kuroka and Shirone bounded down another hall. This one filled with the bodies of guards. Thankfully, they weren't ripped apart or anything. But they were definitely quite dead. Something even Shirone could pick up. Kuroka felt the sleeve of her yukata gripped tighter by her sister. Despite being bloodless, she understood what happened here. If anything, it made the scene scarier. What kind of people or creatures could do this without really spilling blood? Kuroka wasn't willing to find out. Only 2 more halls Naya, don't worry, Shirone. Kuroka said cheerfully, pushing down her own discomfort to raise Shirone's spirits. Escape looked to be a slam dunk. Until Chrollo himself was seen outside the back door with a contingent of elite, high-ranked devil guards. You too. Did you have anything to do with this? Chrollo immediately noticed the two and began to nearly foam at the mouth in anger. It was almost funny, considering how cold and unfeeling the man always carried himself to be. Do you think we did all this? I thought us in danger, so I came out here. Kuroka deflected the anger and blame with a shrug. Chrollo narrowed his eyes. It absolutely must have been thanks to Kuroka. She was his most free, most powerful subject. She must have gotten the word out somehow. To get some chance to get away. Anyway, we're gonna go. Since you can't guarantee our safety anymore, Naya, Kuroka pat her sister's back and began to walk toward the door. Chrollo sneered. No. You're still in my peerage. Which means you'll protect me. Or did you want your sister to be next? I've still got quite a few experiments to run after all. Kuroka immediately became enraged. It seemed like her plan to kill Chrollo and free them would have to be enacted anyway. The only issue is that she'd become a fugitive. And they'd likely be split apart. Kuroka looked at her little sister and hardened her heart. Very well. She took one step forward, but then that feeling took hold again. Something in the air. No, it was nature. 2 sources of power had arrived. It was almost intoxicating. Kuroka didn't realize she stopped until she heard a violent crack. It was a black-haired woman with wings, horns and a tail, having landed on Chrollo and crushing him into the ground. His bones snapped like frail twigs. Then there was another. A golden-haired woman with flaming fists, landing on the guard beside the now very dead Chrollo. Her punch obliterating the elite devil, along with the ground he stood on. Then, a rabbit girl. who landed on the other guard, flattening him with her oversized hammer. TCH. I got a weakling. Yin walked off the body, scraping the blood off her boot like it was dirty. Kuroka realized then and there what the woman in front of her was. It was almost poetic. Coincidental. Comical. She nearly doubted what her senses were telling her. Did dragons come to save them? And, haven't asked, but how do you guys feel about this FIC so far? Escape Kuroka stared at the trio with a nigh unreadable expression. She was debating on what approach to go with. Fight them? Fat chance of her succeeding. They just killed 3 high-class devils. Though she didn't know if they got said rank legitimately or not, they were responsible for the facility's lockdown. Run? Better than fighting, but she wasn't confident about her chances, especially with Shirone with her. So the only thing to do was... PSS. Yang called out, looking at Shirone. She seemed pretty unsure of what to do and instinctively used a common method to attract cats. Yin's face twitched, clearly resisting the rising urge to laugh as Yang tried to coax the sisters over. Who are you, Naya? Kuroka asked, standing in front of Shirone. Seeing as they were casually standing there, above the bodies of dead devils, she was cautious. I'm Yang. That's my sister, Yin. And that's our friend, Shia. Sorry if we scared you. We came here to help, honest. Yang was the first one to greet them. Her demeanor, appearance, and aura of friendliness made Kuroka and Shirone start to relax. It made sense though, given how nice, sociable and approachable Yang is. Yin internally decided to leave diplomatic matters to her sister and watched her. Really? You came? For us? Kuroka found the idea a little strange. Their mother had died, and she was the only person who cared about them. Wani-chan. Princesses. Shirone tugged on her sister's sleeve and pointed at Yin and Yang. Shia became slightly dejected until she heard Shirone again. And their knight. Shirone pointed at Shia. I like her. Shia declared after a few seconds of thinking. Hey. Well, actually. My sis and I are dragons. Yang's revelation shocked the two. Like the book. Shirone pulled her sister forward by the hand, pointing at Yang. Shirone nearly leapt at Yang after finding out. Kuroka nearly tried to pull her sister back, but something about Yang seemed trustworthy to her. Shirone stepped forward and sniffed the air around Yang. As she did, her eyes moistened and her voice cracked. She smells like Oka-san. Shirone muttered, just quiet enough for Kuroka to hear. Kuroka noticed too. But she knew what that truly meant. They were naturals in senjutsu, which allowed for ki manipulation, aura sensing and tuki, among others. From Yang, they smelled purity, light, nature and some sort of sacred fire. The nature, purity and light had reminded them of their late mother. Then there was Yin. Shirone trembled a little when she sensed Yin. Though she wasn't consciously trying to show her fear, it still ended up being obvious. Something wrong? Yang asked, sensing the fear in Shirone. No. Shirone muttered, hiding her face in Kuroka's kimono. Kuroka pet her sister's head and smiled apologetically at Yin. Sorry about that. She's not used to strangers yet. Kuroka hid the reason for her fear, not wanting to provoke 2 dragons right after escaping. Don't worry about it. We should quickly leave though. There'll be devils here soon. Yin kept her eyes focused on the immediate surrounding, expecting some sort of devil reinforcements to arrive. Kuroka nodded. She'd take her chances with these girls. Not like she had a far better plan of escape anyway. There was only really getting back to the Yukai faction's territory. But there was an issue. She had no idea how to get out of the underworld. Devils had teleportation magic taught to them. But Kuroka, for obvious reasons, wasn't taught it by her now very dead master. Are we gonna walk or take the bike? Shia asked, gesturing her head to the two new additions. Yin smirked. No. We're flying. And in a flash of dark blue light, Yin's previously human appearance was replaced with a rather large black dragon. Kuroka nearly jumped when it happened, while Shirone's eyes widened like saucers. Yang's reaction was a bit more subdued, but her own shock was tinged with longing and awe. Hey, hop on the Yin Express. Be sure to hold on tightly to her scales and, if you want, scratch behind her horns. Shia stood in front of them and started to act like a flight attendant. Yin saw her cheeky attitude and sharply exhaled, blowing Shia's skirt up as petty revenge. I'm joking. Shia held her skirt down with a red face. Kuroka just gave a wry smile and urged Shirone to climb on, while Yang took shotgun and sat on Yin's neck with a cheeky grin. Kuroka, Shirone and Shia sat down behind her, all holding onto the spines and scales along her back. Yin's magic covered them, further helping them stick to her back as she quickly took off into the sky. Kuroka, being this close to her, internally confirmed what Shirone was fearful of. Yang felt like nature, purity, light and fire. Yin was the complete opposite, except for her purity. She was darkness, fire and something that felt like destruction. It was hard to explain, but it was a rather frightening feeling. Even if it was only partially awake and not directed at them, the very aspect was something to be feared. Thankfully, they seemed to be on the same side. Kuroka ran her hand down the hard yet smooth black scales covering Yin. A certain desire to mark her began to pervade her thoughts. Simply to be able to find her later, if they were ever separated. She was, after all, her benefactor and lifeline. Damn. I can't wait until I unlock my own form. This looks so fun, sis. Yang stated, enjoying the feeling of wing passing through her hair. Soon, Yang heard Yin reply in her head. Oh, Yin can't talk in her dragon form. I think. Shia stated. Yin internally shook her head in denial. She could, it was just straining. Her voice was far deeper and hadn't fully developed yet. But she just spoke in my head. Yang replied, looking down at Yin, who looked somewhat thoughtful. You hear me? Yin once again asked in Yang's mind. Yup. Awesome. We can add secret twin telepathy to our powers too. Yang grinned. Honestly. You're too cute for your own good. Yin huffed in amusement, until she noticed even that thought was sent over to Yang. Ah. I love you too, sis. Yang grinned, even going so far as to kiss the top of Yin's head in gratitude. I wanna hear it too. Does she sound different? All deep-voiced? Shia asked. The casual conversation atop a flying dragon continued. It certainly helped Kuroka lower her guard a little more. Despite what her senses were telling her, they all seemed like good people. Her sentiments were cut short though, upon sensing someone strong appear nearby. Shirone shrunk in and held on to her sister tightly. We should hurry. Someone strong just appeared nearby Naya. A Satan, from what I can sense. Kuroka spoke up, her voice full of urgency. Whoa, really? Sounds pretty strong. Can we take them? Yang asked, looking down at her sister. Yin felt it now. An almost overbearing presence of power had just appeared nearby. Easily the strongest entity she had sensed thus far, excluding her goddess, mom. She sped up, giving Yang a look that answered her question. But it was a little too late. A man stepped a few dozen meters in front of Yin. With long, crimson hair, a handsome face and friendly blue eyes that could persuade most into talking with him. Surzek's Lucifer had arrived. Earlier, Lilith, Lord Surzek's Graphia, his wife, assistant and faithful maid, called him as she entered his office. You know, when it's just us, you can call me by name, dear. Ah. You're giving me that look. Okay, what is it? Something serious, I take it. Ever the laid-back man. Surzek leaned back in his chair and braced for a headache. The spies you planted near the Naberius branch house have reported in. The facility was destroyed and quite a few children were seen escaping out the various exits. It's as you expected. Graphia stated, a hint of ill-disguised disgust in her voice. So they really were taking kids, huh? Surzek's expression became somber. He had seen and heard about this behavior, but he could never get used to it. Not that he'd ever want to. Okay. Tell them to collect the children. We'll find homes for them. Surzek ordered, his previous laid-back attitude replaced with a commanding presence. Understood. But there's one more thing. 3 women responsible for destroying the base have just exited, taking 2 girls with them. Graphia added. Surzek stood up with a sigh. I'll go meet with them myself. Knowing the Naberius, they'll be throwing a fit and demanding me to do something anyway. Surzek muttered in mild annoyance. What do you plan to do with them? They did free all those children. Graphia asked, though Surzek understood the slight concern she had in her tone. That's why I'm doing this preemptively. They won't be satisfied even if I say they're in my custody. But once details about the very illegal devil experimentation gets out, they'll keep their heads buried and shut up. All I have to do is gently take these ladies in and explain that. Easy. Surzek confidently declared before teleporting right over to the Naberius facility. Sensing a few powerful presences moving away from the facility, Surzek picked up on a peculiar feeling from one of them. He teleported once more, to confirm his feeling. Once he saw them, he understood. Ah! A dragon. Are you one of Tannen's? Surzek asked, the question clearly irking Yin. I suppose not. Well, not like it matters. You did a good thing, saving those in the facility. But I do need you to come with me. I promise, I won't toss you all in a cell or anything. Surzek smiled placatingly, feeling the fearful gazes of the Yukai girls on the dragon's back. Yin stopped mid-air, using her wings and magic to stay afloat. She knew Surzek was pretty trustworthy. But Kuroka seemed particularly wary of devils right now. Not that she could blame her. If complying split them up and forced them to deal with the devil nobility's outrage, she'd rather just fight or escape. Please. I don't want. Kuroka muttered quietly, clutching her confused and scared sister. We can't let them get taken back, sis. I don't care how strong this guy is. Yang said, her fists clenching. Shia nodded, already having taken her hammer out. I'm ready when you are. You are. You're making me out to be the bad guy here. I just need you to come back with me, maybe meet my little sister, answer a few questions and we'll figure things out from there. Once more, Surzex placated with a disarming smile. They've been through enough. I don't care how good with your words or how handsome you are. We're not gonna give them up. Yang declared, punching her fists together. Yin was tempted to nod with her, but something felt off. Handsome, 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 hot guy, sexy guy, handsome. Yin's magical energy was unleashed like a flood. A cone of intense blue flames spewed out of her maw and onto Surzex without regard. Though this wasn't nearly enough to hurt him, he was very surprised at the sudden attack. His hands sweeping the flames away, he was met with another sight, a black orb being created in the space between Yin's claws. Gravity magic. Surzex sputtered in confusion as blue flames and dark magic swirled around the increasing ball of fiery death. Woa! Yang shouted, feeling her hair point in the direction of the orb as Yin punched it towards Surzex. It soon grew to the size of a jumbo jet, now resembling a burning black star as it flew into the Satan. But even then, he held out his hand and utilized his power of destruction, obliterating the attack that could wipe out a city. It was actually at this time that he felt some sort of strange kinship with Yin. Yes, a vital part of him he felt he shared with her. A certain trait that earned him an unofficial title. A feeling that united the two in that moment. Because he, too, felt the same. Yes. It was, how dare he seduce my precious sister? And, here's another question for ya. How would you react / what would you do if you found yourself as Yin during year 1 of her life? What would your goals be? What path would you take? Equinox, there was something else he felt they shared too. Surzex sensed what felt like the power of destruction within Yin. It was only a small portion of her overall power, but it felt extremely potent. Still, she wanted to at least punch him for the transgression of being attractive to Yang. Damn. He's really strong. Yang said while holding on to Yin's horn. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we can beat him. At least he's not treating us like an enemy. Yin huffed, partially annoyed but still respectful of Surzex's power. The man lived through and won a civil war, became stronger than the original Lucifer, earned the title of Satan and was the embodiment of destruction. He was a force to be reckoned with. But what about them, sis? Yang looked back at Kuroka and Shirone, who both seemed pretty afraid of the devil in front of them. Yin glanced back at them, then at Surzex. I need you to try this thing called Taknojutsu out. Yin replied back, with a half-serious tone. Wah. You mean talk to him? Yang guffawed. Yeah, that. Do your best. Yin internally gave her sister a thumbs up. Yang scratched the back of her head before clearing her throat to get Surzex's attention, seeing as he was still trying to pinpoint what the feeling he got from Yin was. Ahem. Hey, mister. I know you want to take us back. But devils are the last thing they want to be surrounded by. Will you really not let us go? Yang asked, showing her sincerity. Seeing as he was being addressed again, Surzex paid attention to Yang. He could understand their position. The two Nekashu looked mortified at the idea of going with him. And perhaps the testimonies of the other children held by Naberius would be enough. But there was one issue. The clans won't ignore the fact that a dragon unaffiliated with devils killed a somewhat important devil. They'd be hunted down. Unless I can handle this first. I can make up whatever the hell I want if they're in my custody. Surzex shook his head and sighed. Understand this is for your own good. I realize you may not trust devils, but we're not all like that, Naberius. Please, just come with me peacefully. Though Surzek spoke gently, his presence was still overbearing. Enough so that Kuroka trembled a little. She really didn't want to go back under some new devil. And she certainly didn't want that for her sister. But expecting her saviors to stand against a Satan for them was asking too much. It seemed they'd never make it out of the underworld. At least not without being leashed to someone. Hey! Shia put her hand on Kuroka's shoulder and smiled. Yin's not the kind of person to give up on someone if an obstacle gets in her way. When it comes down to it, all she really needs to do. Shia smirked and felt the magical energy radiating from within Yin erupt like a volcano. Ignition, overdrive activated, is obliterated. Shia finished, feeling the wind violently whip around them. Mana platforms quickly appeared all over the air as Yin flapped her wings and sped toward Surzek's. Ha! Very well. I'll try not to hurt you too much. Surzek sighed, watching as Yin cocked her large fist back. An easy, telegraphed attack. The power behind it could punch a hole through a mountain, but Surzek's was insanely durable. He prepared to catch the strike, only to see her dive down onto a platform and leap off it, faster than she had been a moment ago. Accelerate activated, and even faster still as she passed Surzek's and leapt off another platform. She became a streak of black and violet in his eyes as she moved around him. As quick as lightning, he took a shotgun blast to the face, courtesy of Ember Celica. The disorientation enough to stun him long enough for the punch to go in, which was followed by a very powerful swing of a Gretimer, courtesy of Shia. Thud, ugh. Surzek's body flew off like a loosened ballista, rocketing off in the opposite direction. Yin spread her wings and quickly turned around, using her momentum to fly further away. Fast. Shirone muttered in awe. And though she didn't say it, Kuroka thought the same. Their sudden teamwork and execution was remarkable. But all of that was only to buy them time to get away. Far enough that he couldn't sense and teleport right to them. Unfortunately, it'd take a lot more distance to be able to really pull that off. Surzek's teleported right in front of them and punched down on Yin's head with destruction coating his fist. Crack, many of Yin's scales cracked from the blow. Her aura shattered in an instant and she could taste blood in her mouth. She started to spin out of control until she spread her wings and stabilized herself. Yin. Sis. Are you okay? Yang and Shia cried out in concern. Her blood dripped down her scaled head, dripping down to the ground far below. It was the hardest hit she'd ever taken. And she could tell, he was holding back. Yin's lips parted, revealing her toothy snarl as she stared at the devil. I meant to knock you out there. I guess I need to hit harder. Surzek sighed. Worse yet, he looked as if he hadn't even been harmed. Destruction coated his hand again, but this time, Yin was ready. The underside of her wings glowed a dark violet as Surzek's teleported in front of her and swung at her face. Yin's mouth opened and the power of destruction from Surzek's hand had suddenly disappeared. Sucked into the dragon's maw. Thwack, capitalizing on his confusion, Yang and Shia both hit him in the face with their Gretimer and fist. Adding on to that, was Kuroka, who threw a Tuki-enhanced kick in his face. They managed to move him back 10 feet, impressive considering who they were fighting. Surzek was still shocked, however. He looked at Yin expectantly as she raised her wings up and reared her head back. Something other than magic had gathered in her jaws, and it unsettled him. Ominous dark violet energy flowed into her mouth, unleashed in a breath attack unlike any other he had seen. He struggled to even call it a breath attack, for it felt more like a scream. An attack on reality itself. That small part of the underworld trembled. Natural phenomena that never occurred in the underworld took place. Earthquakes, floods, magma and typhoons formed in response to the dark violet energy's power. The power of ruin. An aspect. An authority. Surzex could barely contain it. He unleashed his full power, holding onto it like a massive ball he couldn't let reach the ground. The power of destruction surged around him, aiding him in destroying the attack. It took a few moments, but he had gained control of it and obliterated it. Though now, he looked disheveled and shaken. What was that? Surzex muttered, glancing at the thankfully tired Yin. He could not let her do that again. Or worse, on a bigger scale. He frowned when noticing the unusual natural phenomena still taking place. He resolved then and there to stop holding back. Crack! Before they could recover, he struck Yin in the chest with the power of destruction coating his palm. Her scales lining her chest crushed under his strength and magic. Yin blacked out and began to fall out of the sky. Sis! Yang screamed as they held on. Yin subconsciously moved them all to her stomach and wrapped her wings around them as she crashed into the rocky ground below. Thanks to that, they remained unharmed, even after a long fall. Ha! I was hoping this would be easy. If it's any consolation, I'm sorry it had to turn out this way. I promise, any injury you suffer here will be healed when I bring you back. Surzex floated down, glancing as Shia took to protecting Yang, Kuroka and Shirone. No. I won't let you touch them. Shia declared, hardening her expression as she faced Surzex. Seeing them still resisting, he unleashed all of his magic power. The sheer magnitude could be felt halfway across the underworld as it pressed down on them, forcing them to submit. Now that the only dragon they had was knocked out, it'd work. That is, if that were their only dragon. Hashtag 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 Yang, experiencing her sister's raw magical power in her fight against Surzex and now Surzex's ocean of magic power pressing down on them, felt her heart beating powerfully. Yet all she focused on was Yin's unconscious form. Blistering anger overcame her when seeing her strong sister like this. Her hair began to glow a bright gold as she clenched her fists. You bastard! Yang cursed, turning her now serpentine eyes on Surzex. Hashtag 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 hashtag, how dare you hurt my sister? Surzex inwardly groaned. She was just like him too. Hot tears fell from Yang's eyes as a flood of intense emotions overcame her. Just as it had for Yin. Anger, pain, sadness, love, helplessness, happiness, embarrassment, joy, love, pity, fear, bravery, empathy, emptiness, righteous rage. Hashtag 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 hashtag, I'm gonna kick your ass. Yang stood up as a golden, purifying energy awoke within her and spread out in waves, pushing back Surzex's monstrous magic power. The small cuts and bruises on everyone began to heal. Even Yin's scales slowly began to mend. But Surzex felt a small, burning pressure press into him. Unfortunately, it was still too weak. Too infantile to affect him. But it had successfully relieved the pressure everyone else had felt. Yang grit her teeth in frustration, but saw a small window pop up before her. Dragon Heart Awakening completed. MP 1000000/1000000, Dragon Trigger, Mode available. Effect, Physical stat boost, 30%, burn costs no aura and immunity to fire. Element unlocked, fire, light, CR $% hashtag and at, partially locked, not that it mattered. It was still not enough yet. Maybe if Ian were awake, they could figure something out. Things looked hopeless, until one more notification appeared. Reading the pop-up screen, Yang's eyes shone. There was still hope. Shia. Hold him back a second. Yang said, giving the bunny girl a look of reassurance. Hee, you got it. Shia exclaimed and held her hammer tight, preparing to intercept Surzex. He felt something bad was about to happen, but then Yang's magic erupted, her form shifting into a white/golden dragon just a little smaller than Ian. Surzex furrowed his brow. She was weaker than Ian and had some sort of anti-devil abilities, but nothing damaging enough to really hurt him. Wait. As he seemed distracted, Shia leapt up and slammed her hammer down at him. Surzex caught it, though the ground exploded outward. He was still focused on Yang and what she planned to do. Kuroka was next, throwing a senjutsu-enhanced kick at his groin, which he caught too. Gritting her teeth, she tried to blast him in the face with devil magic, but both her and Shia were tossed to the side when he felt a sudden danger seeing Yang approach Ian. No. Stop what you're doing. He had a terrible feeling that if she succeeded in what she planned to do, his life would be in danger. Shia leapt back towards Surzex as Shirone ran over to help Kuroka back up. Shia was just fast enough to land a powerful kick on the back of his leg, making him slightly stumble. He backhanded her with no regard, but it was already too late. Yang placed her draconic head against Yin's and two lights overtook the entire area. An almost blinding light and abyssal dark emerged from the two. The light and dark twisted around each other like snakes, until ultimately merging and becoming one. Instead of a roar of power, a deafening and oppressive display of might, there was only silence. As if the world itself was afraid of being too loud. Her hair, a wild, almost living flow of black and gold. Her eyes, a heterochromatic mix of 4 color gradients. The left, a red and lilac. The right, a gold and umbral purple. She was covered in what appeared to be full-plated armor made of black and white scales, with umbral violet and bright golden patterns adorning it. Her wings, horns and tail revealing how completely inhuman she was. Sensing the extreme danger, Surzex launched a massive beam of destruction at her. Only to freeze as it disappeared, floating above her black-scaled right hand like a harmless orb before being extinguished. Perfected form, Equinox activated. Time remaining, 1 minute, burning ignition unlocked. Accelerated power unlocked. Ruinous/creation magic unlocked. Her eyes focused on the devil. Crackle and she cracked the winged claws on her back. It was time to kick his ass. And, sorry about the upload schedule. Had a bitch of a headache yesterday so I wasn't really writing anything. Also gonna decide on 3 fics to focus on writing. Oh also again. Lukoa FIC is out. 3rd chap is out too. Here's another question. If you died, who from the GLRS pantheon would you want to meet/be ice-kai'd by? Hecate, Artoria, Mun, Lilith, Terwin, Raven, Foe? P.S. Gimme stones. All I need is 30 seconds, time seemed to slow for the fused woman. Though in truth, her perception had vastly increased, along with her physical attributes. So much so, that even a single second seemed to stretch on for a while. Turning her attention to Surzex, she created a plan. Though all that plan really amounted to was, I'm in a hurry. So I'll have to beat you in 30 seconds. Her voice, a perfect blend of mature and youthful, stated with pride. Before Surzex replied, she took one step and appeared right in front of him, her fist cocked back. Surzex raised his arms and felt a tremendous force smash into them. He felt both of his arms go numb as the impact traveled through them. Unlike last time, he was truly trying to stay standing, but he still ended up flying back 20 meters. Judging by his expression, he really hadn't expected it to hurt. Hey now. There's no reason for this to escalate. Why don't? Surzex started to try and de-escalate the fight, but his opponent wasn't listening. Or rather, she didn't have time to listen. Her left hand shone with a bright golden energy before waving it at the ground. Surzex prepared for an attack, but was met with the sight of roots and bark rising from the ground, growing so high and reaching out to him. Rumble. As if that were not enough, massive spikes of earth and molten lava erupted, creating new mountains from the shifting rock. All intent on attacking Surzex. Surzex was forced to dodge the sprouting mountains and trees suddenly springing to life beneath him, where there had previously just been a barren land. Enough. He waved his hand as waves of pure destruction blasted the mountains and trees away. But it was hardly enough. Half of it had been obliterated in an instant, but as if possessed, they simply grew back twice as large and tough. As if whatever was touched by that golden energy gained a ferocious will of its own. Surzex watched in disbelief as they regenerated and combined, taking the shape of a dragon. The creation let out a primal roar and swatted Surzex down from the sky. Its body of bark and stone crushing everything beneath it as it pounced on the fallen Satan. Ugh! Surzex held the mountain-sized creation back from crushing him while pushing his power of destruction out, taking far more than it should to blow half of the beast apart. What was that? Surzex asked with a grunt of exertion. His only answer was an amused snort as the fusion of Yin and Yang landed in front of him. You could have avoided this if you just let us go. Ahem. The fusion tilted her head, feeling multiple magical signatures starting to move towards them. All of them close to Surzeka's level of power. Which would only further delay them. 10 seconds had passed after her emergence, but she was still confident, as long as Surzex was by himself. Opposite of the power of creation, the power of ruin surged from within Equinox's body. The dark purple energy coalesced within her leg as she stomped. Waves of power shattered space in an instant, spreading out for several kilometers and interfering with the other Satan's intention on interfering. The waves of ruinous energy washed over Surzex as well, forcing him to shield himself with his power of destruction. It was so intense that he found his armor shatter under the power of ruin. Luckily, it stopped just before his shield gave way. Burning ignition, active, Equinox pat his shoulder from behind. The Devil King looked at her in shock. When did you get behind me? It wasn't as if she could teleport. Having successfully shattered the space around them, it made teleportation impossible. Your lucky part of me knows how you really are. I'll be gentle. As difficult as that may be. You're a bit too strong. Equinox stated with what he could tell was respect. He tried to raise his arms but her fist had already smashed into his gut. Surzex flew away like a shooting star, flying well out of range of the shattered space before his body roughly crashed into the ground, upheaving it as he slowed to a stop. Equinox turned to the Nekasha sisters and Shia, taking in the looks of shock and awe for a second before quickly moving over to them. Yin. Air. Wayang? Shia asked, having finally closed her jaw. Yes. No time for questions though. We're leaving. Equinox replied, noting her time left being 30 seconds. Scooping up Kuroka and Shirone on her back, she held Shia in her arms before coating them all with her magic and rocketing off at Mach speeds. The magic signatures she felt had teleported outside of the shattered space and were trying Aro lock onto her. Given her insane magical prowess, it was only a matter of time. Wait! Where are we going? Kuroka managed to yell through the extremely fast winds passing by them. Human world. Japan. You have some sort of backing there. Ideally, we should go to Kyoto. I just need to get to the right place before forcing open a way there. Equinox responded, her eyes extensively scanning the area. Soon enough, they reached the border of Tannen's territory. Though they were still being pursued and the time remaining was 10 seconds. Multiple teleportations were felt all at once, forcing Equinox to take quick evasive maneuvers. Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Ajuka Beelzebub had arrived, along with a winded Surzex. So be it. Hold on. Equinox said, before her speed and power quadrupled. Accelerated power, active, Seraphal was forced to move away from the burning streak of light Equinox had turned into, having teleported in front of her. Wah! Zex! What is that? Seraphal asked incredulously, barely keeping track of the streak of light as it flew deeper into Tannen's territory. That's who I was dealing with earlier. Surzex replied, rubbing his now sore stomach. Well, let's It's gone. Seraphal squinted in disbelief, teleporting over to a crack in space. The other Satans all teleported next to her, observing a 2-meter-long rift that was slowly closing. Should we go after them? Falbium asked with a yawn. They passed through the dimensional gap. We've lost them. What did they even do to risk that kind of stunt? Ajuka sent an inquisitive look Surzeka's way. Ah. I really tried to resolve this peacefully. Surzek sighed before explaining the circumstances. Seraphal and Ajuka gave him some rather unimpressed glares, while Falbium appeared to be nodding off, mid-air. They were Nekasha, right? Seraphal asked, feeling a headache coming on. Yes. What does that matter? Surzex responded, getting a bad feeling. The Japanese faction. We could hand them over to the Yukai in Kyoto and question them. You pushed too hard, Zex. From what you told me about the Naberius, it's no wonder the girls didn't want to stay in the underworld. There were better ways to go about this. Seraphal huffed in annoyance. You probably were thinking of assuring their safety then giving them a good deal if they accepted going into Rias Peerage, weren't you? Ajuka added. Surzex at least had the shame not to deny it. That's exactly what he intended to do. It wouldn't just be for Rias though. I was thinking it'd help stack the odds in our favor if the peace talks failed. Surzex admitted. Bad idea. Rocking the boat now might actually set off another war. Consult with us next time before making big decisions. Seraphal said before quickly teleporting away. What she said. Falbium yawned before doing the same. Ajuka pat Surzek's shoulder as he watched the rift close regretfully. Be thankful this didn't escalate. Going by her speed, if you two seriously fought, half the underworld would be in chaos by now. Ajuka added before he too teleported out. Graphia's gonna be mad, isn't she? Kyoto, Japan. Kuroka woke up to a clear blue sky. Momentarily confused until she remembered what happened. The extreme speed they had reached at the last moments had knocked her and Shirone out cold. And so too did Shia, judging by how she was only just now waking up too. Yuan. What? Shia mumbled as she sat up shakily. Wani-chan. Shirone pulled on her sleeve. 1 second, Shino-naya. Kuroka took a few breaths, her mind finally registering the fact that they escaped the underworld. We did it. Yin and Yang. Wait. Where? Kuroka looked around, seeing that they were on a grassy hill just outside the city of Kyoto. Wani-chan. Look. Shirone called out again, pulling her sleeve and pointing over to their left. Yang and Yin had separated from Equinox, both being splayed out on the grass with their energy completely drained. But aside from being glad they were okay, there was something there. No, there was someone there. Floating above Yin was a little girl with black hair and eyes. She was dressed in a rather strange Lolita dress with black tape covering her nipples. Her eyes, usually devoid of interest or emotion, seemed to shine at the sight of Yin. As if she were a mother looking at her own child. You are silence. My precious silence. She gently scooped up Yin's head in her arms, as if she were an infant, and placed it against her chest. A sigh of utter contentment escaped her lips as she embraced the unconscious Yin. What? Hey! Who are you? Why are you hugging my Yin? Shia demanded an answer. The little girl just looked over at her impassively before saying, too noisy. Come, my dear. The little girl then pulled Yin through another rift in space, so quickly that by the time Shia stood up, they had already disappeared. Crack, how dare! Shia grit her teeth in anger, running over to the area the little girl created the rift at, trying her damnedest to reopen it. She was a dragon Tunaya. Kuroka stated, finally easing up after the girl left. Though she too looked concerned with how casually she just took Yin. Shia. There's no following her like that. The dimensional gap is way too dangerous. I don't think she wanted to hurt Yin, so try to relax. Kuroka said as she helped Shirone up. Shia untensed her shoulders, knowing she was very likely right. Alright. Sorry. I'll carry Yang. Do you have anywhere here we can go? Shia picked Yang up on her back and looked at Kuroka hopefully. I do have an idea, Naya. Kuroka remembered the yokai leader of Kyoto. The kitsune with the largest chest she had ever laid eyes upon, Yasaka. Perhaps she would help, despite her current condition as a devil/yokai hybrid. And, I must apologize for the lack of a chapter last week. Christmas was busy for me and I needed to get one particular idea out of my head to focus on this. A Medaka MC, who after billions of years in forced servitude to a goddess of control is finally freed by Terwin and Lilith. If you don't know how busted Medaka is, look it up. Which brings me to this. I want you all to choose what I should focus on. Top 3 choices will be what I focus on for a month. Then I'll ask again. All my unfinished fics on WN or FF.net are viable. 1. Dragon Heart. This FIC lol. 2. Branwen, Raven MC, 3. Camphor Sakura Keyed Evil MC, 4. A Hero's Second Chance, Shiro's Soul in Alter Artoria Lancer's Body in Camelot with OG Artoria, 5. ZZZ/SL, Apex Predator, Bell MC with Maharaga Template and Gotcha, 6. Lukoa in the Multiverse, Lukoa MC in Various Worlds. Less Serious Vibe, 7. The Sovereign, Aquino MC in DxD as a Vastolord, 8. Worm Fateful Encounters, Jalter, Bargast and Amiya MC's Ice-Guide in Worm with other servants. 9. Medaka MC working for Terwin in the Multiverse, name pending. Existence pending. LMK if you wanna read that first chap. 10. RWBY, the Reaper, essentially just put a femme faunus death from Puss in Buddha in the series and altered the setting of Remnant. Announcement. Don't worry, it's not another someone copying this author one. The votes helped me understand what I should work on. But by Thursday the voting will close. I created the Medaka FIC first chap and the other RWBY FIC first chap. Just go to my name and you ought to see them. Alternatively, here are their names. RWBY The Reaper Birth of the Godslayer. Let me know what everyone thinks. Thanks. Recovery and reuniting. Yin groaned, feeling the exhaustion of their fusion persist. Her muscles were sore and her magic was depleted. Using creation and ruin took its toll. Where? Yin wiped the blurriness from her eyes, realizing her head was laying on something soft. Looking up, she understood her situation. Strange as it was. Ophis, the dragon of infinity, was cradling her head on her lap. The dragon girl was looking down at Yin, staring at her in fascination. As well as what she could pinpoint as affection. Hello, my silence. Ophis greeted, her voice monotone but her eyes shone in a possessive light. You're what? Where are my companions? Wait. Where are we? Yin looked around, seeing the interior of a suburban Japanese house. That wasn't all too surprising. But the Japanese couple and their young son, huddled in the living room, certainly was. Yin silently looked at the scared Japanese family, then back at Ophis. I brought you to the nearest dragon. Draig is here. He must be sleeping. I was worried. Ophis explained. Oh, so that's a young Issei, is it? Yin sat up, fighting away her dizziness. Okay. So why are they so scared? The question made Ophis tilt her head. I'm not sure. She then looked at the Hyudu family. You teleported into our home with a scantily clad woman. Issei's mother, Miki Hyudu, said in exasperation. Oh, this isn't a dream. Issei's father said. Goro Hyudu seemed relatively more relaxed. Boobs. And even young, Issei was still Issei. It seemed like he came to some great revelation. Yin noted her torn, ragged clothes. Her fusion with Yang had ripped her clothes. Thankfully, there was enough shredded cloth to cover up the most important parts. As eye-catching as she was, though, Ophis had the more exotic clothing. Yin shook her head ruefully and cleared her throat. We should go. You barged into these people's house. Let's talk. Somewhere private. Ophis seemed to understand, taking Yin's hand and quickly using teleportation magic to leave the Hyudu residence. Much to Issei's disappointment. Flash Ophis and Yin suddenly switched places. Inside a hotel room, by the look of it. Only there were quite a few things that gave away the nature of the hotel room. Condoms, skin cream, ambient music player and the giant pink fluffy bed. This'll do. I don't think you even know what this place is, but we can actually talk here. Yin pinched the bridge of her nose and looked at Ophis, who was content holding her hand. Back to my questions. Where are the girls I was with? Yin asked, doing her best to ignore the strange affection Ophis was showing her. They were noisy. So I took you with me. I don't know where they went. Ophis answered, leading Yin as she sat down on the bed. Okay. So they made it to Japan, last I can remember. What do you mean when you call me my silence? Yin sat down next to her, hoping nobody would barge in to see her with the lowly granny dragon. Your essence. That power is just like the silence. My home. Ophis stated, smiling slightly. The dimensional gap. I guess I can understand. If it's that, then, call me Mom, Ophis interrupted. No. I have a mother. Yin denied flatly. Mama? No. Mommy? Ophis was determined. Absolutely not. Especially when you look like that. Yin denied even more vehemently. Like what? Ophis looked at her small body. Yin sighed and shook her head. Like a kid. A weird kid who was dressed by a depraved pervert. You absolutely do not look like a mother in the slightest. Ophis looked down, then back up at Yin. Then her form quickly changed in the blink of an eye. Looking as if she aged 20 years in 1 second. RIP and her gothic Lolita-styled clothes ripped immediately, given her new proportions. Ophis looked at Yin expectantly. Like she now had no choice but to call her Mommy. While Yin was simply staring at her questioningly, as if to ask, why did you look like a child before if you could choose to look like this? Alright. That's better. At least I won't get questioned by the police if we get discovered here. Let me see if there's any clothes. Yin got up to look for clothing in the closet. She hoped to find some sort of spare bathrobe or extra clothing, but Ophis pulled her back onto the bed and into her naked embrace. No. You're still exhausted. We will rest here, together. Ophis stated with a smile as she let her back hit the bed. She was right, of course. She was still exhausted. But it was both mildly frustrating and sort of exciting to be embraced by the adult version of the infinite dragon god. It wasn't as if Ophis couldn't force her, thus Yin decided to rest for the time being. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep atop Ophis. As I thought. Direct touch. It's as if I was back home. What a strange dragon you are. Ophis relished in the calm feeling of nothingness provided by Yin and soon joined her in sleep. Next day, Kyoto, Erg. Yang woke up, reaching her hand out for Yin. Squish, she certainly felt something soft. Big as well. But it lacked the mix of softness and firmness she had come to expect from her sister. She opened her eyes a little and saw a very endowed blonde woman with fox ears and multiple fluffy tails, all the same color as her hair. Oh my, I see you finally woke up. The mature fox lady smiled. Oh. Whoa. Sorry. Yang pulled back with a nervous smile. Don't worry about it. Are you feeling well now? Kuroka brought you here, along with your cute friend. You must have had some advanced form of magic exhaustion. The fox lady mused. Yang took a good look around the room, seeing they were in what seemed to be a luxurious bedroom. On top of that, she had been placed in a kimono. Meaning she had been stripped while unconscious. Thinking about that, she became a little fidgety. Thanks for letting me stay in your guest room. Who dressed me? Yang asked, doing her best to appear confident. Oh. You're in my room, silly. Your friends took the other room. And of course, I dressed you in one of my old kimonos. Back when I was but a teenager. The fox lady smiled, as if she were reminiscing. It fits me perfectly. This lady was this stacked as a teenager. Yang felt a weak laugh escape her lips. Then she furrowed her brows. Wait, my friends. What about my sister? Yang asked, overcome with an unsettling feeling in her gut. Ah yes. Kuroka did mention that. I believe she was taken by Ophis, the dragon god of infinity. For what purpose? I've no idea. Ophis is unpredictable, or so I've heard. The fox lady sighed. Son of a. Can I not spend more than a freaking day with my sister before she's off somewhere? She'll be okay, right? We had trouble with a devil, so a dragon god. It worries me. Yang huffed, having remembered their fusion and the fight with Cerzex. Ophis took her in alive. And according to Kuroka and your cute friend Shia, she was very affectionate with her. Worrying is natural, but I do believe she will be fine. Her words calmed Yang down, thankfully. Though she still looked quite annoyed. I'm Yasaka, by the way. The leader of the yokai in Kyoto. You saved my friend's daughters, something I failed to do. Truly, I'm in your debt. Yasaka closed her eyes and bowed thankfully. Oh, no problem. I just didn't want to leave them there. Why don't I go check on the UGG? Still a little sore. Yang rubbed her lower back with a sullen expression. How about this? You've helped rescue my dear friend's daughters, so why don't I reward you with a nice massage? I assure you, I'm quite good at it. Yasaka smiled, her left ear twitching in delight as her eyes briefly looked Yang up and down. Well, I guess I don't mind. Yang replied, still feeling slightly awkward despite agreeing. Yasaka clapped her hands and stood up. Great. Now, let's take off that kimono. This will work best if I'm touching your skin directly. Yang swallowed a nervous lump in her throat. But I'm not wearing anything under this. Yasaka's only response was a rather seductive closed-eye smile. Love Hotel Yin sprung up out of bed, as if she'd had a nightmare. As if yesterday's events was a fever dream. But reality often proved stranger than fiction. WH. Oh yeah, Ophis. Yin shook the sleepiness away and looked at the now mature naked woman who had her arms wrapped around her waist. Good morning. Ophis greeted, likely not even having slept at all. Morning. I feel better now. Way better. Yin mumbled as she looked herself over. Because I filled you with my magic. And love. Ophis stated, content to simply lay there, embracing her. Yin found her sudden affectionate behavior strange. But Ophis was someone often misunderstood in DxD, so she had to discard her previous impression of her. Okay. Thanks, Ophis. Ophis shook her head. Call me mommy. She insisted. Hell the fuck no. Yin denied immediately and got out of bed, dragging Ophis along, since she refused to let her go. Now that I'm rested, I really should go regroup with Yang and Shia. Do you mind making a teleportation circle to them? Yin asked, but the dragon goddess shook her head. Call me mommy. Ophis denied, any sting on her title. I'll fly then. They should be in. Yin shook as a feeling of nervousness and excitement assailed her. As far as she could tell, it was either some sort of leftover empathy link with Yang from their fusion. Or it was a twin thing and they were close enough to feel each other's feelings. Yin felt butterflies in her stomach via the link. That, paired with her gut feeling that her sister's chastity was in danger, made her panic. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ophis. Get me to my sister. Yin's body shook as she turned around and grabbed the dragon god's shoulders, shaking them urgently. Call me mommy then. Ophis actually pouted, insisting once again. Mommy. Yin fought back her own embarrassment and acquiesced. Mommy Ophis. The dragon god's eyes sparkled in excitement. Mommy Ophis. Now please take me to Yang. Yin's face flushed as she pleaded to the now very pleased Ophis. Amen. No problem, my dear daughter. Ophis ignored their lack of clothing and quickly teleported them out of the room. Ah, a pleased sigh was the first thing Yin heard upon as soon as the purple flash ended. Yin saw a strange sight. Yasaka, the rather well-endowed leader of the yokai in Kyoto, was sitting on top of a naked Yang's back. She was doing her best to knead her fingers into her back, but after Yang's transformation, her muscles were very dense, thus causing Yasaka to put in more effort in her massage. HM. How's this teleportation? Yasaka nearly leapt off Yang, but was confused at the addition of two more beautiful naked women in her room. Yin. Yang nearly sprang up, but Yin embraced her faster, practically diving on her sister. Oh, thank Hecate. You didn't get a happy ending, did you? Yin asked with a deadly serious expression. What's it now? Yang replied with a confused smile. I had just started actually. You're her sister. I certainly see the resemblance. Yasaka then looked Yin up and down appraisingly. Yes. I see, I misunderstood then. Sorry. I rushed over after feeling something from Yang. Yin sighed, patting down Yang's head. Oh, think nothing of it. Actually, now that you're here, why don't I massage you both together? Yasaka smiled sweetly. Yin looked at her sister and agreed after a moment. She was there, so the likelihood that something strange was done to Yang was low. And she had to admit, she was curious too. Teach me too. I want to do it. Ophis poked Yasaka's arm and demanded. You must be Ophis, I presume. Very well. Just focus on my hand movements. Yasaka smiled, not seeming to mind the extra addition. Yasaka cracked her fingers and licked her lips. It had been a while since she'd had fun like this. She had to give it her all though, or touching the lovely women beneath her would be more of a reward for her than for them. She activated her Tuki and Senjutsu with a charming smile. Let's get started, and, so yeah, top 3 fics are DH, RWBY the Reaper and the Sovereign. So expect these. Also updated Medaka once since I think having the setting and premise out in 3 chaps will draw interest. Anyway, have a good day and stay safe. Operation, Miko Rescue CRACK MH. Yin huffed as Yasaka taught Ophis how to properly massage. It seemed to be working too, as both sisters had their backs crack multiple times. And while the massage was rough at times, it definitely helped release their tension. Wow. Here I thought the massager back home worked good. Yang, who was laying next to her sister, sighed in contentment. You have massagers? I might have to make a return sometime. Yin replied. Yeha H. Summer has one in her drawer. It's weirdly shaped but I think it's a neck massager. Yang said, sighing as Yasaka kneaded her hands into her lower back. Yin decided to ignore the implications of that and simply enjoy the time they were spending together. So, what are we doing next? We're here for a while, right? Yang tilted her head closer to Yin and asked. What do you want to do? There's a lot to explore in this world, even taking out the gods, devils, dragons and other beings that exist out there. Yin replied, looking into her sister's eager eyes. Well, I like what we did earlier. When we saved Shirone and Kuroka. The fight against devils, the absolutely incredibly awesome fusion we ended up doing. But I think I liked saving them most of all. Yang answered with a small smile. Yasaka, who was behind Yang, interjected, "Is that so? I'm sure they'd be very happy to hear that. I intend to give them their mother's home, which is directly across my estate here, in Kyoto." That was something Yin didn't know about the Nekasha sisters. She knew their mother was a Nekasha, and brought them to Kyoto so they could be safe among the other yokai. But this connection to Yasaka? The leader of the Kyoto yokai faction herself was giving them personal service because they saved the two sisters. And there was Ophis. Though Yin already knew why Ophis stuck around. Apparently, her most elusive aspect reminded her of the dimensional gap. To a certain extent, she could understand. But the exact nature of ruin eluded her. "I'm glad they'll finally have a home again." "Is that what you want to do, Yang? Save more kids like that?" Yin asked, feeling Ophis massage her legs now. Yang propped her upper body up, unknowingly, drawing Yin's eyes to her. "Good people in general." "Why? You have any ideas?" Yin subconsciously wet her lips and snorted in amusement. DxD had quite a few characters who needed help. Even disregarding the /dog side story, there was the main cast. In Romania, there's 2 kids we could rescue from maniacal vampires. In Italy, we could rescue a nun and maybe even some poor kid experimented on by the church. Oh, close by there ought to be a girl we could save from being killed by her own clan. Yin propped her own upper body up and answered. This time, Yang couldn't help but look and wet her lips before clearing her throat. "Ahem, the one close by we should probably do first. Sounds like she needs all the help she can get," Yang stated, despite the small blush she had. Yasaka seemed pretty amused. "Well, now aren't you too close? I suppose I can't say I haven't seen this before. After all, many of the gods and goddesses in the Shinto pantheon are the same." Yin blushed this time, knowing exactly what she meant. She was going to retort, to deny the idea. But she felt she couldn't. For some inexplicable reason, she couldn't refute her. "Huh? What's that mean? We got something in common with gods?" Yang turned her head around to ask. "Wait." Yin paled and looked at the voluptuous fox lady in panic. Creak before she could answer though, Shia had abruptly opened the door with the most unsettling jealous aura surrounding her. Why wasn't I called to massage Yin? I'm so envious." Hearing Shia's blatant perversion, Yin sighed in relief. Thankful Shia had such good timing. Giving her a thumbs up, Yin complimented her, "Nice one, Shia." What? Wait, never mind that. Let me massage you too," Shia demanded with a small line of drool escaping from the corner of her lips. Yang gave her the strangest look she could as she rushed over to Yin. Ophis simply tilted her head and watched the rabbit girl with clear ulterior motives approach. Seeing that Yin was completely fine with her, she did nothing but complete the massage and look at Yasaka as if to ask, "I did good?" "Massage is done already, Shia. But I do remember I owe you something. What we talked about back in the hot spring. Remember?" Her words seemed to snap Shia out of her temporary horny-induced fever and bring her to clarity. "You mean?" Shia muttered before Yin nodded and placed her hand over Shia's. "Go wait outside. I'll give it to you in private after talking with Yang." "Okay." Yin assured with a light smile that made Shia's pulse quicken. W8. Really? Yes. Come soon, okay. Shia, forgetting her previous jealousy, ran out of the room. Fufu, what an interesting girl. Yasaka chuckled to herself. Office and Yang looked at Yin with confused faces. Yin sat up with a groan of satisfaction before explaining, I promised her some of my blood. Our blood, Yang, is powerful. It can turn those we bestow it on into powerful warriors. Office nodded, understanding immediately. Like Siegfried. He bathed in dragon blood. Practically became one himself. Office added. Yang paused and thought about it for a moment, before she too sat up. She snapped her finger and grinned, having gotten an idea. We should give Ruby both of our blood. Oh. Oh. Or we can have Equinox do it. Yang proclaimed in excitement. Yin hummed in consideration. She had no idea what would happen if someone ingested both of their blood. Equinox was another matter entirely. She was essentially a new being, made from both of them combining. The last thing she wanted was to cause poor Ruby to explode from too much power. I'll need to think about it. If we can do it safely, then I have no problem with it. For now. Yin then turned to Yasaka, thank you for the massage. I feel pretty good. Yeah, thanks. I think I have all my energy back. Yang muttered the last part, impressed. As they were getting up, Yin gave an inquisitive look at Yasaka before asking, I may need your help with what we're planning next. You know the Himejima clan? A subtle scowl fluttered across Yasaka's face before it abruptly disappeared. She knew them, of course. They were part of the same pantheon after all. They tolerated each other, but the human clans were prejudiced against all of the non-humans. I do. And going off what you mentioned before. There was an incident a few years ago regarding the Himejima. One of their members had effectively been cast out for getting together with a non-human. One from another pantheon, even. Is that what you're referring to? Yasaka asked. Yin stood up and put on her black and red kimono, provided by Yasaka. She nodded at her question but also corrected her, yes and no. I think Shuri might be dead. But her child is wandering Japan, alone. Living off her services as a Miko. Yasaka's expression darkened as Yang sprung up off the bed and quickly got dressed. Sis, we gotta go grab her before her clan can kill her. What kind of assholes kill someone for something they can't help? Yang scoffed angrily. I share those sentiments. Since she is a Himejima, therefore a part of the Japanese pantheon and also a non-human, I believe I can take her in with no issue. But I have no idea where she could be. Yasaka stated with a small frown. There was a period of thoughtful silence before Office spoke. You want my help? I will. For my daughter. Office declared while hugging Yin from behind. Yang and Yasaka gave them both a peculiar look. It was already a little odd Office came along with her. But what kind of development was this? Yin just shook her head with a shrug. Okay. Search for a half-fallen angel, half-human somewhere in Japan. Hopefully we can get to her faster than a certain redhead. Yin instructed. I understand. I'll let you know once I find her. Office replied, seeming to simply stare into space for a while. All right. Grab Ember Celica and any other clothing you'll wear. I need to go give Shia her gift before we go. Can I count on you to watch over her while we're gone? She'll be in some pain for a while but nothing very extreme should happen. Yin looked at Yasaka and requested. The blonde kitsune smiled and clasped her hands together. It'll be interesting to see such a transformation. Don't worry about a thing. You've been helping those neglected in my pantheon. I'm sure Amaterasu-sama would also appreciate this as well. Amen. No problem. She was mainly doing this for Yang anyway, so being praised and thanked felt strange. Stay with Yang for a few minutes. I'll be back. Yin told Office before coming out of Yasaka's room. She soon laid eyes on Shia, who had been patiently waiting in the hall outside. Shia immediately walked over with an anxious expression. Why, Yin? Will it hurt? You know. The whole transformation. Shia asked tentatively. Yin felt a little smirk make its way on her face. Rarely did she see Shia truly nervous like this. Yin brushed her pale blue hair back and decided to properly reward her with something she truly desired from her. Some pains expected. But you're going through this with a very good physique, Shia. You'll be just fine. Now, where's your room? We should have some privacy. Yin stated, giving Shia a look that gave her pleasant goosebumps. You right here. Oh, I guess you wouldn't wanna get blood everywhere, huh? Shia scratched the back of her head nervously before guiding Yin to the room she had been assigned. As soon as they entered Shia's room, Yin had wrapped her arm around her waist and rested her head beside hers. Lay down. This is your reward. For your loyalty, your efforts, and your rather persistent affection. Shia's face heated up as she obeyed, being guided to her bed by an assertive Yin. I thought you were. That this would wait until. Shia gulped anxiously as Yin straddled her lap. We're not going that far. And no, I don't feel the same excitement you're feeling yet. But that doesn't mean this can't happen. Yin's face hovered over Shia's as she snorted in amusement. Watching Shia have a mini freak out was pretty entertaining. But she didn't have all day to tease the lovely bunny girl. Yin dragged her long tongue along the tip of her sharp canine tooth, drawing blood. Your mouth is mfh. Shia's confusion was quickly silenced when Yin's lips locked with her own. Shia's heart began beating furiously. She failed to register what was actually happening until she felt Yin's invasive tongue prod and poke her own. Along with that, a sweet, metallic-tasting liquid dripped down her throat. Shia squirmed as Yin held her down and continued. She had an extremely hard time keeping her hands to herself, especially when she felt practically everything when Yin pressed her body into her own. Lost in the sensation of kissing the object of her affection, she noticed a scorching heat build up in her chest. The transformation had started, but she still wanted to exploit all the time she still had left. Can't, go on. Shia grasped the bed as pain took hold over pleasure. A gradual change was starting to take place. And Yin could already tell by the slow change in the appearance of her eyes. Shia's pupils were becoming oblong-shaped. It's so strong. Shia grunted, watching as Yin pulled her face away and stroked her hair. You'll be okay. Yang and I will be back soon. Yasaka will watch over you until I come back. Isn't that right? Yin turned to the door, seeing Yasaka peeking through the crack. Fufufu, you caught me. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Perhaps even give some good kissing advice for the future. Yasaka teased with a mischievous smirk. Be careful out there. Shia managed to say whilst groaning. Yin smiled and pet her ears. See you soon. And, lotta dialogue here. Sorry about that. I try to balance it a bit. Anyway, now to work on Reaper, then SOV. Next week I'll hold another vote for February, Operation Miko Rescue 2. Yin strut out of Shia's room, wetting her lips and staunching the blood from when she had bit her tongue. Though to Yang and Ophis, she looked like she had just finished indulging in a tasty treat. You sis. What did you do in there? I heard some noises. Yang asked, a little flushed. Yin clicked her tongue, feeling it fully heal. Click, oh you know. I gave her blood. Yin admitted casually. Yang looked like she wanted to ask more, but held her questions back and focused on the task at hand. Okay. Are we ready to save that girl? Yang pumped her fists and asked, radiating a protagonist-like aura. Ophis nodded at Yin. I've found her. Good. Take us over, please. Yin grabbed onto her arm with Yang. An Ouroboros magic circle appeared from underneath them. In a flash of purple light, they had teleported away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived inside a Japanese town. Though it wasn't small by any means, it was farther away from huge cities such as Tokyo and Kyoto. Ophis, Yin, and Yang had appeared near a shrine near the mountains, where it appeared to be under attack. Several men in robes were running up the steps going up into the shrine, while flashes of lightning occasionally hit one. Looks like they're putting the pressure on her. Though, they're still human after all. Yin stated, seeing some of the men dead on the stairs. Yang immediately took off, sprinting up the stairs and passing by the attacking men, who noticed a yellow blur pass them by. Yang had a particularly heroic side to her. Yin smirked and looked at Ophis. Just hang back and watch. These guys aren't going to be a challenge for us anyway. Ophis nodded and watched as Yin sped up the stairs, even faster than Yang had. What the hell is? One of the men exclaimed before his body was launched down the stone stairs. Upon reaching the shrine itself, Yin saw the shrine nearly destroyed, along with all the merchandise like the fox masks, talismans and paper fortune slips. An older man and a young Akino stared below at the very abrupt entrance of the two sisters. This is Himejima clan's business. Leave, outsiders, or face our blades and flames. The older man shouted, while Akino quickly dove down into the forest behind the shrine. You're not getting Awaha. The old man was about to form a large ball of fire in his hands when he felt a powerful hand grasp his shoulder. He looked behind him and saw Yin, stunned she had crossed over a dozen meters so fast while bypassing his clansmen. She was holding his shoulder so firmly he thought she was going to break his arm. Instead, she cleared her throat and addressed him. May I have a moment of your time to talk about your life insurance? Yin grinned, her sharp teeth on full display as she reveled in the fear and uncertainty of the Himejima clansmen around her. Go. Capture her. I'll deal with this one. The old man yelled, finally freeing himself from Yin. He looked around but failed to notice that Yang had already run off after Akino. The old man, Su Himejima, cursed under his breath and focused on Yin. Something about her made him feel uneasy, and it wasn't just the unwavering confidence and clear inhuman aura surrounding her. Now. I'll try to even the odds here. You guys are fire users and blade masters, right? Well, I've been meaning to grind my swordsmanship skill. I think I found a great way to do so. Yin said as she reached out, pulling Murasama from her inventory, along with a dragon fruit she got as a reward during her first excursion into Cyberpunk. Alright. So, wanna come at me? I'll come at you. Ah. No sneaking off. Anyone leaves the area, I'll cut your legs off. Yin warned, pointing Murasama at one of the clansmen that was slowly backing up. Yin took a bite out of the fruit, very pleasantly surprised by the taste while redirecting her attention back on Su, just in time to block a sword strike aimed at her head. Guess it's 1-by-1 then. Akino had tried to flee into the forest behind the shrine. Given as she couldn't really fly for very long thanks to her status as a half-fallen, she was having a hard time. She's over here. One of the Himejima clansmen shouted from behind her before several flaming bolts flew at her. Akino ducked behind trees and aimed her hand backward, shooting off bolts of lightning as she usually had when attacked like this. Sadly, as she had been fleeing, her bolts only served to destroy the surrounding trees. Ha! Damn it! Akino cursed as she stopped and looked back, ducking her head as a bolt of fire flew past her head. Leave me alone! Akino shouted, jumping out and throwing a ball of lightning into one of the Himejima warriors. The warrior flew back and smashed into a tree. Yet his comrades hadn't even flinched, closing in on Akino. One managed to slash down at her as she quickly moved away. The slash tore into her sleeve and made a shallow cut along her arm. Akino backed up in a panic, her hand gathering lightning magic into it. But another Himejima warrior was already upon her, stabbing straight at her chest with the intent to kill. Akino's back hit against a tree and she saw her life flash before her eyes as the sword's deadly tip descended upon her. Die already, half-blood. The words proved to be his last. As a yellow blur smashed through their formation, he felt his arm get ripped off, as if it were wet paper. Aewa! My arm! The warrior fell to the ground, blood pouring from where his arm used to be. Yang slid to a stop, looking at the arm she had in surprise. To be honest, she hadn't really intended to that. But they were going to murder a kid just for existing, so she felt it justified. Whoops. I only meant to disarm you. But I guess I technically did, eh? Her eyebrows rose up and down, incredibly amused by her own pun. Two of the clan men clutched their talismans and shot out a large gout of flame at Yang. Akino's eyes widened as her body was bathed in flames. But then a hand pushed through the fire and swept it to the side like it was more of an annoyance, rather than a deadly spell. Yang held the fire as it gathered in her hands and gave the Himejima clansman a smug grin. Hey, you dropped these. Have them back. Yang kept up her grin and threw the fireball back at the closest Himejima warrior. Boom! The fireball was thrown far too fast for the warrior to dodge. It hit him directly and exploded, burning him to a crisp and making his body fly back several meters. The Himejima warriors all stopped in their tracks, carefully assessing Yang's strength in comparison to their own. Yang, seeing that none of them were jumping to attack her anymore, decided to wrap things up. Fighting was fun, but killing these people was like fighting toddlers. She took a deep breath, streams of light yellow-colored mana gathering in the back of her mouth. So, shit. Mages. Prepare a ward. One of the head Himejima clansmen exclaimed. Several of the more talented magic users quickly moved to the front and cast defensive magic. It was right when they finished casting did Yang unleash her breath attack. A beam of light flew out of her mouth, instantaneously bypassing their defensive wards and bathing them in an incinerating, all-encompassing light. There was no fighting it, no spells that could block the light and nothing they could hide behind. Over half of them had directly turned to ashes, immolated by the power of her breath of light. Phew, good thing I went with that. Coulda started a forest fire. Oh. Hey, are you okay? Seeing as how the remaining clansmen were incapacitated, Yang turned to Akino and asked. Akino blinked. Once, then twice, then 3 times. But no matter how many times she did, the same image persisted. A beautiful, golden-haired girl, bathed in the sun's rays peeking through the trees. Her concerned smile, her serpentine lilac-colored eyes focused solely on her. It was almost like those fairy tales her mother had told her all those years ago. Only, instead of a prince, it was a beautiful woman in a yellow yukata. Hello. Yang called out again, placing her hand on her forehead to check if she was okay. Ah yes. Who are you? Akino felt herself breathing easier now, coming down from the intensity of her near-death experience. Yang pat her on the shoulder and gave her a confident smile. I'm Yang. Nice to meet you, by the way. My sis and I are here to help. Akino felt her lip tremble. She'd long since grown out of those "somebody will save you" fairy tales. Of someone helping her while knowing what she was. She couldn't believe it. You know I'm a half-fallen angel, right? She looked up and saw Yang still smiling, though softer now. Does that matter? You didn't get to choose what to be born as. Besides, I think your wing's pretty cool. Yang complimented. Akino stared at Yang's face, feeling her eyes well up with tears suddenly. She wiped the tear trails going down her cheeks and took a shaky breath. There's really someone like you? Ha! Akino sniffled with a smile. Yang didn't say anything, simply lifting Akino off her feet with a small smirk. Going by her words and disbelief, she knew Akino was having a hard time up till now. But now that they saved her, things would be different. Come on. Let's get you out of here. My sis and I have a place you can stay safely. Yang stated, starting to walk back to the shrine. Akino simply stared at her face, not even realizing Yang threw out a wave of flames that incinerated the surviving Himejima clansmen. No witnesses. Hopefully none of them escaped. Yang hummed thoughtfully, not realizing how Akino was staring at her, as if she were looking at a heroic figure. Upon returning to the shrine, they both witnessed several Himejima clansmen scattered across the ground. Limbs, heads, and blood coating the now very desecrated temple. All were dead except for the old man, Suo Himejima. He was struggling to defend himself against Yin's high-frequency blade, which had already cut off a few of his fingers and carved large cuts into his torso. Come on. Show me more of these sword arts. I think I can replicate that 4th one you showed me. Yin demanded with a calm yet menacing grin. Devil. You may kill me but you will not get away with this. The Himejima will hunt you down and oh. Yang. All done. Let me finish up here. Yin interrupted, waving at her sister with a now content smile. Seeing Yin, Akino couldn't help but remark how different of a feeling she exuded compared to Yang. Yang was sunny, friendly, and heroic-looking. Yin seemed the very opposite. She looked up at Yang, expecting to see some sort of exasperation, anger, or disapproval at her sister's actions. What she got confused her. This was the first time Yang witnessed the true extent of the violence and casual disregard for other lives Yin displayed. She treated it like it was a game. Yin blocked Suo's blade and grabbed his neck, crushing his spine like she was holding an empty can of soda before tossing the corpse to the ground. She casually wiped the blood off her face with a slightly amused hum. That's hot. Huh? What was that? Yin asked, hearing Yang mutter something. Oh. And nothin'. Wanna go? Yang suggested, scratching the back of her head. Yin nodded, turning to face Ophis as Akino stared at Yang for an entirely different reason. But before she could even begin to question what they heard, someone else had arrived at the shrine. What happened here? A girl's voice cried out. Looking over, a young redhead and an old man had suddenly appeared at the shrine, seeing the aftermath of the carnage. Yin of course knew who the girl was. Rias Gremory. Though, being so young, Yin had zero interest in interacting with her. Don't mind us. We're tourists. Yin replied, walking past the little devil as she snapped her fingers and lit the remains on fire, burning them to ashes. Rias guffawed and kept looking at Yin and the blazing blue flames. She was unused to seeing death and couldn't formulate any proper questions. The old man with her stood in front, incredibly wary of them all, but Yin most. Let's go. I need a bath. Oh, tell your brother I'll kick his ass someday soon. Yin stated before they disappeared soon after, thanks to Ophis. And, Voten, time for February. 1, Dragon Heart 2. Lukoa 3. Reaper 4. Birth of a Godslayer 5. The Sovereign 6. Branwen 7. Commission chaps, meaning any R18 or FIC ideas you wanna see written, thanks, gotta save them all? Surzex was seated at his desk, enjoying a nice cup of tea his wife brewed for him as he gave a cursory glance to the papers he had on his desk. All likely having something to do with the old Satan faction. Personally, he had a more pressing worry. The Naberius clan and their outrage was gathering enough attention where even Zekrom Bale took interest. Him, alongside the other Satans, kept the existence of Yin, Yang, and Shia a secret, but it's unlikely it'd stay a secret. Frankly, he just didn't want to deal with those dragons anymore. Lord Surzex, Lady Rias has returned from her trip to Japan. She'll be coming over in a few minutes. Graphia, his lovely maid and wife, informed him as she opened the door to his study. He seemed a little confused. Rias had just left for that trip a few days ago. She was supposed to be staying a week there. I see. Did she sound nervous or anything? No. Mainly just confused. I believe she has some questions for you. Graphia stated. Moments later, Rias walked into Surzek's study, where she was swept off her feet and hugged by her older brother. Welcome, Riatan. Did you miss me? As usual, he was very doting when it came to his younger sister. Onie-sama, of course I did. Still being a kid, Rias quite liked her brother's affectionate nature. Graphia smiled as she watched the siblings bond. Given her own situation, she was a little envious of how well they were getting along. So how was Japan? I trust you didn't bump into anything bad, right? Surzex asked as he sat back down and gave Rias a small yet affectionate pat on her head. Well, I guess you can say it was bad. There was blood and bodies everywhere. Then that black-haired girl said she would kick your ass someday soon. Rias relayed to him with a slightly uncomfortable yet curious face. Surzex paused momentarily, processing his sister's words. Can you explain what you saw again? And where were you? I need to know everything. Surzek's demeanor shifted to a more serious one. Am I in trouble? Rias sulked a little, but Surzex shook his head and rested his hand on her shoulder. No, of course not. I just need to know exactly what happened. Tell me what they looked like too, if you can. Rias then went on to explain, starting with her excursion to the shrine. Then explained how the humans looked, the carnage, Yin, Yang, Akino, and finally repeated what Yin told her. Surzek's expression soured and he swore he could hear his wife sigh. His worries regarding two dragon girls, it seemed, was only just getting started. They had slaughtered a group of Himejima warriors and even an elder. Did I really mess up that bad? I was trying to be amiable. Surzek cradled his head in his hands and sulked. You were. But you were too pushy. Let me take a guess here. You thought you could convince those girls to be in Ria's future peerage? Grafia asked with a knowing glance. From her husband's expression, Dhe knew it was true too. I want to be the one who chooses my peerage, Onie-sama. And now Rias was sulking at him. As Surzek tried his best to appease his little sister, Grafia began thinking about the two girls. They went from rescuing two little Nekashu to massacring Himejima clansmen on their own turf. Then she focused on the one other girl Rias mentioned. The girl that appeared to be around Rias' age was definitely the person of interest there. Surzek-sama. I believe we should attempt to contact these girls as soon as you get the clans under control. I believe I may have an idea where they went. Grafia's suggestion made sense. Surzek nodded. They were very likely staying in Japan, given they had to have dropped the Nekashu sisters off. That, and the rescue of an unknown girl from the Himejima clan meant they were probably staying within some community in Japan that welcomed non-humans. It's a good idea. As soon as I get those guys to shut up. Riatan, I'm sorry your trip was interrupted like that. How about I go with you next time? Surzek offered, once more going into doting big brother mode. Grafia simply let them be and added the trip to her schedule. That is, after he dealt with the outrage of the clans. Kyoto upon returning, Yin was almost immediately tackled to the ground by a rather enthusiastic bunny girl. It seems Shia had already finished with her transformation and it definitely showed. Her light blue hair was now snow white, her irises were the same crimson as Yin's and her strength was more monstrous. Yin, I did it so fast. Shia exclaimed, arms wrapped around Yin's waist like a vice. Yin was surprised at her appearance change, yes, but mostly from the raw power Shia had. She was already pretty strong before. But with her blood, even her casual, small exertions of strength were pronounced. If she had ran into a regular human just now, they would have exploded. I'm happy for you, Shia. I like the unique appearance you have now. Like a gender-bent bunny girl Hajime actually. All you need is an eye patch and dress in black. Yin smirked, already imagining the cosplay on Shia. Oh. That'd be an excellent prank for when we go back. Shia exclaimed in mischievous excitement, her ears both standing straight up. Oh. Is this the girl you saved? Shia looked over to Yang, who had set Akino down and was checking for injuries. The young half-fallen obediently let Yang check her over, still in a state of awe and shock. The way she was looking at Yang made Yin smirk. Not surprising. Yang's going to be very popular when she grows, actually, isn't she already practically an adult in appearance? Yang looked over at Yin, who was staring at her in thought. She was still covered in blood. Her current appearance to most people would be intimidating. But for some reason, Yang felt mesmerized. Like she was seeing her sister's true self. She was about to open her mouth when a door slid open at the end of the hallway they were in. Welcome back. That was quite fast. This is the lovely little one you saved. Yasaka walked out, carrying a little girl in her arms. The little girl was blonde with little fox ears on her head. She looked to be a toddler, barely older than 4 years old. Yin noted she seemed to shrink away when she looked at her for some reason. Now, Kunu. These are our guests. They're friendly, mama promises. Yasaka cooed, rubbing the top of her daughter's head. Aha. Yin isn't good with kids. Smile more, sis. Yang wrapped her arms around Yin and used her fingers to push the corners of Yin's mouth up. Thanks for the assist, Yang. Yin snorted but let Yang have her way. Yang grinned in response and cleared her throat before pulling Akino up to introduce her. This is Akino Himejima. The poor girl was being attacked by a bunch of adult men. Yasaka gave her a sympathetic smile and placed her hand on her head. Don't worry. You're welcome here, little one. Though. Nobody will hunt you with 2 dragons protecting you anyway. You're both. Akino looked back at Yang and Yin, the former still making the latter smile. Sure are. Don't worry though. We don't eat people. Right? She asked the last part quietly to Yin. Yin shrugged. We could. But then, people can eat cockroaches. Doesn't mean they'll wanna. Akino grimaced but understood. In any case, she was thankful. Even if Yin did intimidate her. Now I'd like to make you an offer. You did save my friend's daughters. For that, I'm grateful and will let you stay here as long as you wish. I'll even let this little one stay under my protection too. But I suspect from your previous conversation that you intend to save other kids. Perhaps from different countries. Yasaka asked with a now serious expression. Yang looked at Yin. Yin already knew the answer. Yang, of course, wanted to help them all. And while she didn't mind saving these kids, she was only doing it because Yang wanted to. That, and it gave Yang some real combat experience. Thus, Yin nodded back at Yasaka. We are. What's this offer? Yin asked. Yasaka gave her a charming smile and nodded in approval. Good. I have no issue housing these kids here, but I'm not without my own issues. I'd like you 3 dragons to help me maintain an image of strength here. Recently, some yokai have been rowdy. I believe some may try to usurp me or steal away my little Kunu. If you could help me by attending meetings with me, I believe your draconic aura would deter them massively. Yin hummed, looking at Ophis who had constantly stayed within a 5-meter range of her. No problem. I think we could help you beyond that. If any sort of rebellion happens, we could crush it as soon as it begins. You okay with that? Yin asked Ophis. I'll do whatever my silence wishes. Ophis stated, inching a bit closer. Clap, perfect. That would truly help. Now, why don't we set little Akino up in her own room? I hope you don't mind cats though. We have little friends your age living next to you. Yasaka explained as she took Akino's hand and started guiding her down the hall, to where Kuroka and Shirone were staying. All in a day's work. Now, let's go take a bath. Yin said, eager to clean the blood off her. Later that night the day passed, being rather eventful with the massage, rescue of Akino, bathing, checking in on the Tuju sisters and Akino after they settled in and dinner with Yasaka. Yin and Yang both received large rooms with the largest beds they had ever seen. Shia had reluctantly returned to her own room, but Ophis wouldn't be deterred when it came to sleeping with Yin. The dragon god was currently in a deep sleep while next to Yin. Yin herself was about to fall asleep when she heard something. Sly-eyed the sound of her sliding door opening. She was about to sit up and point Shia back out the door when she felt a far curvier body than Shia's press into her back. Too big to be Shia. Too small to be Yasaka. Yin noted, feeling warm arms wrap around her waist. Hey sis, you awake? Yang whispered very quietly from behind. Yin untensed, easing into Yang's hug as she whispered back. Yeah. What's up? Can't sleep in a new space easily. It's more that my bed was way too big. Plus, I think we're overdue for a sleepover. Yang whispered before grinning. As long as you don't mind sharing me. Yin snorted in amusement and the two spent a few minutes in comfortable silence. I have a question. Been on my mind for a long time. Yang whispered again, interlocking her fingers with Yin's. Yin simply hummed in acknowledgement, waiting patiently for her sister to ask. We're strong here. Maybe not strongest or even in the top 10. But we are strong. Enough so that Yasaka's made a deal with us to act as deterrents. Yang paused, seeing Yin nod before continuing. Then what about our world? You killed a mythic Grimm. Something even Atlas hasn't done yet. Yang stated, sounding proud. I can't say where I stand on the power scale of Remnant yet. I'm still exploring after all. Yin replied, turning her head to peek at Yang. Yeah, I get it. I just wanted to ask. What's your power for? Is it for exploring and these adventures? I want to know your ambition. Yang asked, a burning intensity in her eyes that captivated Yin momentarily. Yin smiled and thought about her initial reason for leaving the Xiaolong house. That was the very beginning of what later bloomed to be her ambition. I want to explore, to challenge myself. I want to dominate, to possess. But those are small parts of my ambition, Yang. Above all, I wanted power to make a better world for you. That day you almost died scared me. I don't regret going off with Mom. But I do regret not having you by my side. Chu Yang pulled herself closer and kissed Yin on the lips. Her hug became just a little tighter and Yin felt her powerful heartbeat through their skin contact. But overall she was overcome with the same affection Yang was showing her. I love you, Yin. I feel the same way. It was tough without you. But we have a year and some months together. I want to make the most of it. Yang muttered as she tucked her head into the crook of Yin's neck. After a period of silence, Yin held Yang tight and whispered back, I love you too, Yang. I promise, I'll be right beside you this whole year. The two fell asleep soon after, a serene contentment radiating from them both as they held the other close. Several months later Surzex just stepped out of the Naberius main house and felt all his tension melt away. He had finally managed to shut them up and covered up the existence of Yang and Yin. Now, he could finally take his family on that trip to Japan. Surzex-sama. Urgent news. Grafia joined him as they teleported back to their home. Ugh. What now? Surzex really didn't want to deal with anything else for a while. Those two women. They're annihilating the Teeps clan in Romania. Grafia stated with a still, ever-calm expression. What? Subscribe this channel and comment if you want something sugiest and hit the like button.